Concerning the Nature of Things, by Paracelsus, translated by AE Waite. E. Concerning the Nature of Things. First book, Concerning the Generation of Natural Things. The generation of all natural things is twofold. One which takes place by nature without art, the other which is brought about by art, that is to say, by alchemy, though, generally. It might be said that all things are generated from the earth by the help of putrefaction. Note there is another aspect in which generation is also twofold, as, for example, that of wood and other things takes place naturally out of seed. But the worms which destroy wood are the product of a monstrous sperm. Hence there are two generations, natural and monstrous. Every sperm in living things has within it another sperm which is monstrous and can promote its likeness. There is also a monstrous sperm in all minerals. Paragraph in Book 2, Part 4. End note. For putrefaction is the highest grade and the first initiative to generation. But putrefaction originates from a moist heat. For a constant moist heat produces putrefaction and transmutes all natural things from their first form and essence, as well as their force and efficacy, into something else. For as putrefaction in the bowels transmutes and reduces all foods into dung, so also without the belly, putrefaction in glass transmutes all things from one form to another, from one essence to another, from one color to another, from one odor to another, from one virtue to another, from one force to another, from one set of properties to another, and in a word, from one quality to another. For it is known and proved by daily experience that many good things which are helpful in a medicine become, after their putrefaction, bad, unwholesome, and mere poison. So on the other hand, many things are bad, unwholesome, poisonous, and hurtful, which after their putrefaction become good, lose all their evil effect, and make notable medicines. For putrefaction brings forth great effects, as we have a good example in the sacred gospel, where Christ says, unless a grain of wheat be cast forth into a field and putrefy, it cannot bear fruit 100-fold. Hence it may be known that many things are multiplied by putrefaction so that they produce excellent fruit. For putrefaction is the change and death of all things, and the destruction of the first essence of all natural objects, from whence there issues forth for us regeneration and a new birth 10,000 times better than before. Since then, putrefaction is the first step and commencement of generation, it is in the highest degree necessary that one should thoroughly understand it. But there are many kinds of putrefaction, and one produces its generation better than another, one more quickly than another. We have also said that what is moist and warm constitutes the first grade and the beginning of putrefaction, which procreates all things as a hen procreates her eggs. Wherefore, by and in putrefaction, everything becomes mucilaginous phlegm and living matter, whatever it eventually turns out to be. You see an example in eggs, wherein is mucilaginous moisture, which by continuous heat putrefies and is quickened into the living chicken, not only by the heat which comes from the hen, but by any similar heat. For by such a degree of heat eggs can be brought to maturity in glass, and by the heat of ashes, so that they become living birds. Any man, too, can bring the egg to maturity under his own arm and procreate the chicken as well as the hen. And here something more is to be noticed. If the living bird be burned to dust and ashes in a sealed cucurbite with a 3rd degree of fire, and then, still shut up, be putrefied with the highest degree of putrefaction in a venturi equinus so as to become a mucilaginous phlegm, then that phlegm can again be brought to maturity, and so renovated and restored can become a living bird, provided the phlegm be once more enclosed in its jar or receptacle. This is to revive the dead by regeneration and clarification, which is indeed a great and profound miracle of nature. By this process, all birds can be killed and again made to live, to be renovated and restored. This is the very greatest and highest miracle and mystery of God, which God has disclosed to mortal man. For you must know that in this way men can be generated without natural father and mother, that is to say, not in the natural way from the woman, but by the art and industry of a skilled spagiarist a man can be born and grow, as will hereafter be described. It is also possible to nature that men should be born from animals, and this result has natural causes, but still it cannot be produced without heresy and impiety. If a man have connection with an animal, and that animal, like a woman, receives the seed of the man, with appetite and lust into its womb, and shuts it up there, then the seed necessarily putrefies, and through the continuous heat of the body, a man, and not an animal, is born from it. For always whatever seed is sown, such a fruit is produced from it. If this were not so, it would be against the light of nature and contrary to philosophy. Whatever the seed is, such is the herb which springs from it. From the seed of an onion springs up not a rose, a nut, or a lettuce. So too, from corn comes corn, from barley, barley, from oats, oats. Thus it is too with all other fruits which have seeds and are sown. In like manner, it is possible, and not contrary to nature, that from a woman and a man an irrational animal should be born. Neither on this account should the same judgment be passed on a woman as on a man, that is, she should not on this account be deemed heretical, as if she had acted contrary to nature, but the result must be assigned to imagination. Imagination is very frequently the cause of this, and the imagination of a pregnant woman influences the nature of the burden she carries. The woman is so active that in conceiving seed into her body, she can transmute the fetus in different ways, since her interior stars are so strongly directed to the fetus that they produce impression and influence. Wherefore an infant in the mother's womb is, during its formation, as much in the hand and under the will of the mother as clay in the hand of the potter, who from it forms and makes what he likes and whatever pleases him. So the pregnant mother forms the fruit in her own body according to her imagination and as her stars are. Thus it often happens that from the seed of a man are begotten cattle or other horrible monsters, as the imagination of the mother was strongly directed towards the embryo. Note: here, as elsewhere throughout his writings, Paracelsus lays special stress on the power exercised by the imagination. It is necessary that you should know what can be accomplished by a strong imagination. It is the principle of all magical action. De Pest, Book 1. The imagination of man is an expulsive virtue. De Pest. SV Adamenta in Book 1. The imagination dwelling in the brain is the moon of the microcosm. De Pestilitate, Tract 2, Chapter 2, De Pyromantica Pesti. All our sufferings, all our vices are nothing else than imagination. And this imagination is such that it penetrates and ascends into the superior heaven and passes from star to star. This same imaginative nature which can impress itself on heaven, and this done, heaven has, on the other hand, the power of refunding that impression. De Pest Additamenta in Book 1, Prol. So also, a strong imagination is the source of both good and evil fortune. De Pest, Book 2, Chapter 2. Any strong appetite, desire, or inclination nourished by the imagination of a pregnant woman can be, and is often impressed upon the fetus. It is also possible for such a woman, by persistently thinking upon a wise and great man, such as Plato or Aristotle, an illustrious soldier such as Julius Caesar or Barbarossa, a great musician like Hofhammer, or a painter like Dürer, so to work upon the plastic tendencies of her offspring that it will exhibit similar qualities. But there must be something also in the mother which shall correspond to the special talents which she has imagined. De origine morborum invisibilium lib. Third imagination can distort and deform the fetus, and in this manner many wonders are produced, when there are no physical peculiarities in the parent. Ibid, endot. But as you have already heard that many and various things are generated and quickened out of putrefaction, so you should know that from different herbs, by a process of putrefaction, animals are produced, as those who have experience of such matters are aware. Here too, you should learn that such animals as are produced in and by putrefaction do all of them contain some poison and are venomous. But one contains far more and more potent virus than another, and one is in one form, another in another, as you see in the case of serpents, toads, frogs, basilisks, spiders, bees, ants, and many worms, such as cankerworms. In locusts and other creatures, all of which are produced out of putrefaction. For many monsters are produced amongst animals. There are those monsters too, which are not produced by putrefaction, but are made by art in the glass, as has been said. Since they often appear in very wonderful form and horrible aspect, frequently, for instance, with many heads, many feet, or many tails, and of diverse colors. Sometimes worms with fishes' tails or birds' wings, and other unwanted shapes, the like of which one had never before seen. It is not, therefore, only animals which have no parents, or are born from parents unlike themselves, that are called monsters, but those which are produced in other ways. Thus you see with regard to the basilisk, which is a monster above all others, and than which none is to be more dreaded, since a man can be killed by the very sight and appearance of it, for it possesses a poison more virulent than all others, with which nothing else in the world can be compared. This poison, by some unknown means, it carries within itself, as the parent thought. But as you have already heard that many and various things are generated and quickened out of putrefaction, so you should know that from different herbs by a process of putrefaction animals are produced, as those who have experience of such matters are aware. Here too, you should learn that such animals as are produced in and by putrefaction do all of them contain some poison and are venomous. But one contains far more and more potent virus than another, and one is in one form, another in another, as you see in the case of serpents, toads, frogs, basilisks, spiders, bees, ants, and many worms, such as cankerworms. in locusts and other creatures, all of which are produced out of putrefaction. For many monsters are produced amongst animals. There are those monsters too, which are not produced by putrefaction, but are made by art in the glass, as has been said. Since they often appear in very wonderful form and horrible aspect, frequently, for instance, with many heads, many feet, or many tails, and of diverse colors, sometimes worms with fishes' tails or birds' wings, and other unwanted shapes, the like of which one had never before seen. It is not, therefore, only animals which have no parents, or are born from parents unlike themselves, that are called monsters, but those which are produced in other ways. Thus you see with regard to the basilisk, which is a monster above all others, and than which none is to be more dreaded, since a man can be killed by the very sight and appearance of it, for it possesses a poison more virulent than all others, with which nothing else in the world can be compared. This poison, by some unknown means, it carries in its eyes, and it is a poison that acts on the imagination, not altogether unlike a menstruous woman, who also carries poison in her eyes, in such a way that from her very glance the mirror becomes spotted and stained. So too, if she looks at a wound or a sore, she affects it in a similar way, and prevents its cure. By her breath too, as well as by her look, she affects many objects, rendering them corrupted and weak, and also by her touch. You see that if she handles wine during her monthly courses, it soon turns and becomes thick. Vinegar which she handles perishes and becomes useless. Generous wine loses its potency. In like manner, amber, civet, musk, and other strongly smelling substances being carried and handled by such a woman lose their odor. Gold, corals, and many gems are deprived of their color, just as the mirrors are affected in this way. But to return to my proposal of writing about the basilisk, how it carries its poison in its eye. You must know that it gets that power and that poison from unclean women, as has been said above. For the basilisk is produced and grows from the chief impurity of a woman, namely from the menstrual blood. So too, from the blood of the semen, if it be placed in a glass receptacle and allowed to putrefy in horse dung, from that putrefaction a basilisk is produced. But who would be so bold and daring as to wish to produce it, even to take it and at once kill it, unless he had first clothed and protected himself with mirrors? I would persuade no one to do so, and wish to advise everyone to be cautious. But, to go on with our treatise about monsters, know that monstrous growths amongst animals, which are produced by other methods than propagation from those like themselves, rarely live long, especially near or amongst other animals, since by their engrafted nature, and by the divine arrangement. All monsters are hateful to animals. Duly begotten from their own likeness, so too monstrous human growths seldom live long, the more wonderful and worthy of regard they are. The sooner death comes upon them, so much so that scarcely any one of them exceeds the third day in the presence of human beings, unless it be at once carried into a secret place and segregated from all men. It should be known, forsooth, that God abhors monsters of this kind. They displease him, and none of them can be saved when they do not bear the likeness of God. One can only conjecture that they are shapen by the devil, and born for the service of the devil rather than of God, since from no monster was any good work ever derived, but, on the contrary, evil and sin, and all kinds of diabolical craft. For as the executioner marks his sons when he cuts off their ears, gouges out their eyes, brands their cheeks, cuts off their fingers, hands, or head, so the devil, too, marks his own sons, through the imagination of the mother, which they derive from her evil desires, lusts, and thoughts in conception. All men, therefore, should be avoided who have more or less than the usual numbers of any member, or have any member duplicated. For that is a presage of the devil, and a certain sign of hidden wickedness and craft. Note: a special treatise on this subject and cognate matters is found elsewhere in the Geneva Folio. It is briefly as follows. There are many monsters in the sea which are not products of the original creation, but are born from the sperm of fishes of unlike species coming together contrary to the genuine order of nature. Thus monsters are sometimes found in the sea exhibiting the form of man, which yet have not been generated ex somnia from men, but arise by the conjunction of diverse fishes. Even among men monsters are sometimes found that remind us partly of a human being and partly of an animal. This is a repellent subject, but requires to be fully explained, that the first birth may be correctly understood. The same also takes place in the sea. There is, for example, the siren, of which the upper parts are those of a woman and the lower those of a fish. This does not form part of the original creation, but is a hybrid offspring from the union of two fishes of the same kind, but of different forms. Other marine animals are also found, which, without corresponding exactly to man, yet resemble him more than any other animal. However, like the rest of the brutes, they lack mind or soul. They have the same relations to man as the ape, and are nothing but the apes of the sea. As often as they unite, marine monsters of this kind are produced. Another such monstrous generation is the monicus or monk-like fish. But there are many genera of fishes, and many modes of generation which do not always result from the sperm familiar or customary to them, but happen in various other ways. For example, certain monsters are drowned in the sea and are devoured by the fishes. Now, if a sperm constituted in exaltation were to perish by immersion, and having been consumed by a fish were again exalted within it, a certain operation would undoubtedly follow from the nature of the fish and the sperm, whence it may be gathered that the majority of marine animals which are called the human form are in this manner produced. Yet, having the nature of a fish, they live in the waters and rejoice therein. The marine dog, the marine spider, and the marine man are of this class. If they are generated in any other way, it must be set down to sodomia. But there may be a third cause, namely when spermatica of this kind acquire digestion, and by reason of this conjunction a birth takes place. Monsters are likewise generated in the air, from the droppings of the stars from above, for sperm falls from the stars. The winds also in their courses bring many strange things from other regions to which they are indigenous. The sperm of spiders, toads, and other creatures floating in the air are resolved, and hence other living things are produced. In this way, grasshoppers and other monsters are begotten, their generation being of one. Only and not of two. Such births are more venomous and impure than are other worms. Therefore, houses ought to be scrupulously cleaned, or else so constructed as not to favor the accumulation of much filth. For the air is efficacious against seeds dispersed in this manner. The earth is, however, the most fruitful matrix of monstrous growths. There the animals both of land and sea congregate. The basilisk is generated from the sperm of a toad and a cock. The sperm of the cock uniting with that of the hen produces an egg. But if the cock emit his sperm without the hen doing likewise, the egg will be imperfect, and something will be generated unnaturally. There is another kind of basilisk produced by the union, sodomitic, of a cock and a toad. After the same manner, lizards unite with geckos, and the copulation produces a peculiar worm, partaking of the nature of each, and known as a dragon. The ASP is another instance of this unnatural generation. From all that has been set down, we may learn that whoever lives for his body alone is a basilisk, a dragon, and an ASP not indeed generated as yet, but meanwhile moving alive until he dies. You can now understand the abominable manner wherein unnatural monsters are generated. For if a man lives in sperm, his very sperms turn into worms, and in the day of the resurrection shall be buried in the deepest parts of the earth, over which shall walk those who have risen, de animalibus marcis sodomia. End note. But neither must we by any means forget the generation of homunculi. For there is some truth in this thing, although for a long time it was held in a most occult manner and with secrecy. While there was no little doubt and question among some of the old philosophers whether it was possible to nature and art that a man should be begotten without the female body and the natural womb. I answer hereto that this is in no way opposed to spagyric art and to nature, nay, that it is perfectly possible. In order to accomplish it, you must proceed thus. Let the semen of a man putrefy by itself in a sealed cucurbite with the highest putrefaction of the venter equinus for 40 days, or until it begins at last to live, move, and be agitated, which can easily be seen. After this time, it will be in some degree like a human being, but nevertheless transparent and without body. If now after this, it be every day nourished and fed cautiously and prudently with the arcanum of human blood, and kept for 40 weeks in the perpetual and equal heat of a venter equinus, it becomes thenceforth a true and living infant, having all the members of a child that is born from a woman, but much smaller. This we call a homunculus, and it should be afterwards educated with the greatest care and zeal, until it grows up and begins to display intelligence. Now, this is one of the greatest secrets which God has revealed to mortal and fallible man. It is a miracle and marvel of God, an arcanum above all arcana, and deserves to be kept secret until the end. Times when there shall be nothing hidden, but all things shall be made manifest. And although up to this time it has not been known to men, it was nevertheless known to the wood sprites and nymphs and giants long ago, because they themselves were sprung from the source, since from such homunculi when they come to manhood are produced giants, pygmies, and other marvelous people, who are the instruments of great things, who get great victories over their enemies, and know all secret and hidden matters. Note elsewhere Paracelsus states that giants are born from sylphs and dwarfs from pygmies. Of these monsters are produced as, for example, nymphs and sirens. Albeit these are rare, they have appeared with sufficient frequency, and in such a marvelous manner that there can be no doubt of their existence. De nymphis, pygmeus, salamandrus, etc. With regard to the generation of homunculi, there is also the following passage. Porto hoc etiam siendum est sodomitias hujus modi sperma quodque etiam in os ejaculator. Quod sae in stomachum tanquam in matricem recipiator, ex ipso ibi monstrum, aut homunculus, aut simile aliud genitor, AC in de morbi multi, itac difficile surgant, tandem sapientes. Donec generatum exercimator, de homunculis et de monstris, as a sure and fundamental conclusion to those things which have been advanced. Let it be notified to those who desire to be acquainted with the true essence and origin of metals, that our metals are nothing else than the most potent and best part of common stones. The spirit, gluten, grease, butter, oil, and fatness of stones, which, while still combined in the stone, are not good, not pure, not clean, and are altogether wanting in perfection. For this reason, they are to be sought, found, and known in stones, and thence also metals must be separated and extracted by pounding and liquefaction. When this has been effected, they are no longer stones, but prepared and complete metals agreeing with the celestial stars, which stones indeed are secreted from the terrestrial stars. Furthermore, if anyone desires to investigate and to know minerals and metals, he should clearly realize that they are not always to be sought in the common and familiar mines, nor in the depths of mountains, because they are very often found more easily and in greater abundance upon the surface of the earth and in its bowels. For this reason, any stone that may offer itself to the eye, whether great or small, rock or flint, should be diligently examined as to its property and nature. For very often a small and despised pebble is of greater value than a cow. So also there is common dust and sand, which are abounding in Sol and Luna. Chirurgia Magna, De Contracturia, Tract 2, Conclusion. End note. As by art they acquire their life, by art acquire their body, flesh, bones, and blood, and are born by art. Therefore art is incorporated in them and born with them, and there is no need for them to learn. But others are compelled to learn from them, since they are sprung from art and live by it, as a rose or a flower in a garden, and are called the children of the wood sprites and the nymphs, because in their virtue they are not like men, but like spirits. Here too it would be necessary to speak about the generation of metals, but since we have written sufficiently of these in our book on the generation of metals, we will treat the matter very briefly here, and only in a short space point out what we there omitted. Know then that all the 7 metals are born from a threefold matter, namely mercury, sulfur, and salt, but with distinct and peculiar colorings. In this way Hermes truly said that all the 7 metals were made and compounded of 3 substances, and in like manner also tinctures and the philosopher's stone. These 3 substances he named spirit, soul, and body. But he did not point out how this was to be understood or what he meant by it, though possibly he might also have known the 3 principles. But he makes no mention of them. I do not therefore say that he was in error, but that he was silent. Now, in order that these 3 distinct substances may be rightly understood, namely spirit, soul, and body, it should be known that they signify nothing else than the 3 principles, mercury, sulfur, and salt, from which all the 7 metals are generated. For mercury is the spirit, sulfur is the soul, and salt is the body. The metal between the spirit and the body, concerning which Hermes speaks, is the soul, which indeed is sulfur. It unites those 2 contraries, the body and the spirit, and changes them into one essence. But it must not be understood that from any mercury and any sulfur and any salt, these 7 metals can be generated. Or, in like manner, the tincture or the philosopher's stone by the art and the industry of the alchemist in the fire. But all these 7 metals must be generated in the mountains by the archeus of the earth. Nevertheless, live mercury is the mother of all the 7 metals, and deserves to be called the mother of metals. For it is an open metal, and, as it were, contains in itself all the colors which it renders up from itself in the fire. And so also in an occult manner it contains in itself all metals which without fire it does not yield up from itself. But the regeneration and renovation of metals takes place thus. As man can return to the womb of his mother, that is, to the earth from which the first man sprang, and thus can be born again anew at the last day. So also all metals can return to quick mercury, can become mercury, and be regenerated and clarified by fire, if they remain for 40 weeks in perpetual heat, like a child in its mother's womb. Now they are born, however, not as common metals, but as metals which tinge. For if, as has been said, Luna is regenerated, it will afterwards tinge all metals to Luna. So gold tinges other metals to soul, and in like manner it must be understood of all other metals. Now, when Hermes said that the soul was the only medium which joins the spirit to the body, he had no inadequate conception of the truth. And since sulfur is that soul, and like fire it hastens on and prepares all things, it can also link together the spirit and the body, incorporate and unite them, so that a most noble body shall be produced. Yet it is not common combustible sulfur which is to be esteemed the soul of metals, but that soul is another combustible and corruptible body. It cannot therefore be burnt with any fire, since it is itself entirely fire, and in truth it is nothing but the quintessence of sulfur, which is extracted by the spirit of wine from reverberated sulfur, and is ruby-colored and clear as the ruby itself. This is indeed a mighty and excellent arcanum for transmuting white metals, and for coagulating quick mercury into fixed and approved gold. Hold this in commendation as a treasure for making you rich, and you should be contented with the secret alone in the transmutation of metals. Concerning the generation of minerals and semi-metals, no more need be known than we stated at the beginning concerning the metals, namely, that they are produced in like manner from those three principles, mercury, sulfur, and salt, though not like the metals, from these principles in their perfection, but from the more imperfect and weaker mercury, sulfur, and salt, yet still with their distinct colors. The generation of gems takes place by, and flows out from, the subtlety of the earth, from the clear and crystalline mercury, sulfur, and salt, also according to their own distinct colors. Note, the generation of gems in arcs occurs after this manner. When the gross genera of stones have been all extracted out of errors, a certain subtlety remains, more diaphanous in its nature than are other stones, and out of this the archeus subsequently procreates gems after such a manner that hardness and very great transparency are first prepared. Hence the gems are afterwards developed, each according to its own form and essence. Very great subtlety and artifice are employed over this generation. De Elementa Aqua, track 4th, C10. The body of every kind of stone is sulfur, as that of metals is mercury. The hardness is from salt, and the density from mercury. Ibid, C5. End note. The generation of common stones is from the subtlety of water by the mucilaginous mercury, sulfur, and salt. For all stones are produced by the mucilage of water, as also pebbles and sand are coagulated from the same source into stones. This is patent to the eyes, for every stone placed in water soon draws the mucilage to itself, if now that mucilaginous matter be taken from such stones and coagulated in a cucurbite. A stone will be produced of the same kind as would of itself be produced and coagulated in the water, but after a long period of time. Concerning the nature of things, Part 2. Concerning the growth of natural things, it is clear enough and well known to everybody that all natural things grow and mature by warmth and moisture, as is plainly demonstrated by the rain followed up with sunshine. None can deny that the earth is rendered fruitful by the rain, and all must confess that every kind of fruit is ripened by the sun. Since then, by the divine institution, this is possible to nature, who will deny or refuse to believe that man possesses this same power by a prudent and skillful pursuit of the alchemical art, so that he shall render the fruitless fruitful, the unripe ripe, and make all increase and grow. The scripture says that God subjected all created things to man, and handed them over to him as if they were his own property, so that he might use them for his necessity, that he might have dominion over the fishes of the sea, the fowls of the air, and everything on the earth without exception. Wherefore man ought to rejoice, because God has illuminated him and endowed him, so that all God's creatures are compelled to obey him and to be subject to him, especially all the earth, together with all things which are born, live and move in it and upon it. Since then we see with our eyes and are taught by daily experience that the oftener and the more plentifully the rain moistens the earth, and the sun dries it again with its heat and glow, the sooner the fruits of the earth come forth and ripen, while all fruits increase and grow, whatever be the time of year. Let none wonder that the alchemist too, by manifold imbibitions and distillations, can produce the same effect. For what is rain but the imbibition of the earth? What are the heat and glow of the sun, other than the sun's process of distillation, which again extracts the bee made equal to the richest veins of gold and silver, only by such cooptation? So also the elixir and tinctures of metals are matured and perfected. Since therefore humidity and warmth mature all things and make them grow, let none wonder that, after a long time. In the case of a criminal on the gibbet, the beard, hair, and nails grow, nor let this be taken for a sign of innocence, as the ignorant read it. It is only natural, and proceeds from natural causes. As long as there is moisture in the body, the nails, beard, and hair grow. And what is more, in the case of a man buried in the earth itself, nails, beard, and hair grow up to the second year, or up to the time of the man's decay. It should be known, too, that many substances grow and increase perpetually in size, weight, and virtue, both in water and on land, in each of which they remain good, and Effective such, for example, as metals, marchesites, cachemite, talcs, granites, antimony, bismuths, gems, pearls, corals, all stones and clays. So also it can be brought about that soul shall grow and increase in weight and in body, if only it be buried in land looking east, and be constantly fertilized with fresh human urine and pigeon's dung. It is also possible for gold to be so acted upon by the industry and art of the skilled alchemist that it will grow in a cucurbite with many wonderful branches and leaves, which experiment is very pleasant to behold, and full of marvels. The process is as follows. Let gold be calcined by means of aqua regis, so that it becomes a chalky lime, which place in a cucurbite, pouring in good and fresh aqua regis and water of gradation so that it exceeds 4 fingers across. Extract it again with the 3rd degree of fire until nothing more ascends. Again pour over it distilled water, and once more extract by distillation as before. Do this until you see the soul rise in the glass and grow in the form of a tree with many branches and leaves. Thus there is produced from soul a wonderful and beautiful shrub which alchemists call the golden herb, or the philosopher's tree. The process is the same with the other metals, save that the calcination may be different, and some other aquafortis may have to be used. This I leave to your experience. If you are practiced in alchemy, you will do what is right in these details. Know also that any flint may be taken out of river water, placed in a cucurbite, and sprinkled with its own running water until the cucurbite is full. This may again be extracted by distillation, as long as a single drop ascends, until the stone be dry. Let the cucurbite be again filled with this water, and once more extracted. Repeat this until the cucurbite is filled with this stone. In this way, by means of alchemy, in a few days you will see that a very large stone can be made, such as the Arceus of the waters could scarcely make in many years. If you afterwards break the cucurbite on a stone, you will have a flint in the shape of the cucurbite, just as though it had been poured into the glass. Though this may be of no profit to you, still it is a very wonderful thing. Concerning the nature of things. Book 3. Concerning the preservation of natural things. In order that a thing may be preserved and defended from injury, it is necessary that first of all its enemy should be known, so that it may be shielded therefrom, and that it may not be hurt or corrupted by it. In its substance, virtue, force, or in any other way suffer loss. A good deal depends upon this, then, that the enemy of all natural things should be recognized. For who can guard himself against loss and adverse chance if he is ignorant of his enemy? Surely no one. It is therefore necessary that such enemies should be known. There are many enemies, and it is just as necessary to know the bad as the good. Who, in fact, can know the good without a knowledge of the evil? No one. No one who has never been sick knows how great a treasure health is. Who knows what joy is that was never sad or sorrowful? And who knows rightly about what God is? Who knows nothing about the devil? Wherefore, since God has made known to us the enemy of our soul, that is the devil, he also points out to us the enemy of our life, that is death, which is the enemy of our body, of our health, the enemy of medicine, and of all natural things. He has made known this enemy to us, and also how and by what means we must escape him. For as there is no disease against which there has not been created and discovered a medicine which cures and drives it away, so there is always one thing placed over against another, one water over against another, one stone over against another, one mineral over against another, one poison over against another, one metal over against another, and the same in many other matters, all of which it is not necessary to recount here. But it ought to be known how, and by what means each several thing is preserved and guarded from loss, that many things, for instance, have to be kept for a long time in the earth. All roots especially remain for a long while in the earth, fruitful and uncorrupted. In like manner, herbs and flowers and all fruits keep undecayed and green in water. So also many other fruits, and especially apples, can be preserved in water and protected from every decay until new apples are produced. So also flesh and blood, which very soon putrefy and become rancid, can be kept in cold spring water. And not only so, but by the cooptation of renewed and fresh spring water, they can be transmuted into a quintessence, and can serve forever from decay and bad odor without any balsam. And not only does this process preserve flesh and blood, but, so to say, it preserves all other kinds of flesh and blood, and especially the body of man from all decay and from many diseases which arise from decay better than the common mumia does. Note, according to one explanation, mumia is man himself. Mumia is balsam, which heals wounds. Paramirum, Diorgi morborum, lib. 2, C3. The virtues of all herbs are found in this mumia. De origine morborum invisibilium, lib. Fourth, whoever seeks opposite will find it in mumia, that is, in the mumia which is man, and so also all other creatures whatsoever. Ibid. Now, this is mumia. If a man be deprived of life, then his flower bursts forth in potencies and natural arcana. Ibid. Endnote. But in order that blood may be preserved of itself from decay and ill odor, and not as a quintessence. And in order also to protect other blood as aforesaid, you must use this process. Let the blood be separated from its phlegm, which moves of itself and is driven to the surface. Draw off this water by a dexterous inclination of the vessel, and add to the blood a sufficient quantity of the water of salt, which we teach you in our Chirurgia Magna how to make. This water at once mingles with the blood, and so conserves the blood that never putrefies or grows rancid, but remains fresh and exceedingly red after many years, just as well as on the first day, which indeed is a great marvel. But if you do not know how to prepare this water, or have none at hand, pour on a sufficient quantity of the best and most excellent balsam, which produces the same effect. Now this blood is the balsam of balsams, and is called the arcanum of blood. It is of such great and wonderful virtue as would be incredible were we to mention it. Therefore you will keep this occult, as a great secret in medicine. In the conservation of metals, the first thing to learn is, what are their enemies, so that they may be thereby the better kept from loss. The principal enemies of metals, then, are all strong waters. All aqua regiae, all corrosives and salts show their hostility in the circumstance that they mortify all metals, calcine them, corrupt them, and reduce them to nothing. Our sulfur shows its hostility by its smoke, for by its smoke it takes away the color and redness from Venus, and renders it white. From white metals, as Luna, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars, it takes away their whiteness and reddens them, or induces in them a reddish color. From gold it takes away the agreeable yellowness and golden tint, renders it black, and makes it as uncomely as possible. Antimony shows its hostility in this, that it spoils all metals with which it is liquefied in the fire, and with which it is mixed. It deprives and robs them. Moreover, like the sulfur, it robs metals of their genuine color, and substitutes another. Quicksilver, on the other hand, exercises a hostile force upon the metals with which it is conjoined, in that it invades and dissolves them so that it makes an amalgam from them. Moreover, its smoke, which we call the soot of mercury, makes all metals immalleable and fragile. It calcines them and whitens all red and gold colored metals. It is the chief enemy of iron and steel, for if common. Mercury touches a steel rod, or if the rod be anointed with mercurial oil, it can afterwards be broken like glass and cut off. This is indeed a great secret and must be kept strictly occult. In the same way, too, the magnet should be guarded and kept from Mercury, for it exerts hostility on it as on Mars. For every magnet which common mercury touches, or which is anointed with mercurial oil, or only placed in mercury, never afterwards attracts iron. Note, so also it is affirmed that if the magnet be steeped in garlic, it will be deprived of its attractive virtue. De Mortis Amantium, chapter 5. Should anyone make use of a magnet while he is wearing a sapphire, it will affect nothing till the gem be removed. The same quality seems to reside in carabe, coagulate of gum, resin, and their botan. De Pest, Book 2, Chapter 3. Endnote. Let no one be surprised at this. There is a natural cause for it, seeing that mercury extracts the spirit of iron which the magnet holds latent in itself. Wherefore also the spirit of iron in the magnet attracts the body of Mars to itself, and this happens not only in the magnet, but in all other natural things, so that the foreign spirit which is in an alien body, which is not of its own nature, always attracts a body agreeing with its own nature. This should be known not only of the magnet, but of all natural bodies, such as minerals, stones, herbs, roots, men, and animals. After this, it should be known that metals exercise hostility amongst each other, and mutually hate one another from their inborn nature. As you see in the case of Saturn, which is the principal enemy of soul, from its congenital nature, it breaks up all the members of gold, renders it deformed, weak, and destroys and corrupts it even to the death, more than it does any other metal. It also hates tin, and is an enemy of all the metals, for it renders them degenerate, unmalleable, hard, and unfit, if it be mixed with either of them in fire or in flux. Since, therefore, you have now heard about the enemies of the metals, learn, moreover, about their preservation and conservation, which guard the metals from all loss and corruption, and, in addition, strengthen them in their nature and virtue while they graduate them more highly in color. First, then, it ought to be known concerning gold that it cannot be better and more beautifully preserved than in boy's urine, in which has been dissolved sal ammoniac, or in the water of sal ammoniac alone. In these, with time, it acquires such a high grade of color as cannot be surpassed. Silver cannot be better preserved and conserved than if it be boiled in common water or acetum, which have been dissolved, tartar, and salt. In this way, any old silver, though blackened and stained, is renewed if it is boiled thus. Of iron and steel, the best and most useful conservative and preservative is fresh, not salted, lard from a gelded sow. This protects all iron and steel from rust if they are anointed therewith once every month. In like manner, if iron be liquefied with fixed arsenic and occasionally reduced to a flux, it can be so renewed and fixed that, like silver, it never rusts. Copper can be conserved and preserved if only it be mixed with sublimated mercury or anointed with some of salt, so that for the it gives forth no vitriol or verdigris, nor does it become of a green color. Lead cannot be conserved better than in cold water and in a damp place, such is its nature. But for the conservation of the magnet, nothing is better than filings of iron or steel. If the magnet be placed in these, not only does not its force decrease, but it grows more and more every day. As to the conservation of salts, and all those substances which are of a salt nature, and are comprised under the name of salt, of which there are more than 100, it is well to know that they must be kept in a warm and dry place, and guarded well from the air in wooden chests. They must not be placed on glass, stone, or metal. By these they are dissolved, and turn into water, amalgam, but this does not occur in wood. Moreover, you should learn the method of conserving certain waters and liquids by means of pressed herbs, roots, and other fruits and growing things, which easily absorb all mustiness and mold just as if a skin were wrapped around them. Let these waters or other liquids be placed in a glass vessel, narrow at the top and wider below. Let the vessel be filled to the top and then some drops of olive oil added so that all the water or liquid may be covered. The oil will float at the top and in this way will protect the liquid or the water a long time from mustiness or mold. No water or liquid, if it be covered with oil, can ever become moldy or smell badly. In this way also 2 waters, 2 liquids, 2 wines can be kept separately in one vessel, so that they shall not mix. And not only 2, but 3, 4, 5, or still more, if only oil be between them. For they are separated by the oil as by a wall, which does not suffer them to be conjoined and united. For oil and water are 2 contraries, and neither can mingle with the other. As the oil does not allow the waters to mix, so on the other hand, the water prevents the oils from blending. For the conservation and preservation of cloth and garments from moth, so that they may not eat them or settle in them, nothing is better than mastix, camphor, ambergris, or musk. But the best is civet, which not only preserves from moth, but drives away and puts to flight moths with other worms, fleas, lice, and bugs. All timbers can be conserved as in buildings or bridges, so that they shall never decay, whether they be in water, underwater, or out of the water, in the ground, under the ground, or out of the ground. Whether exposed to rain or wind, air, snow, or ice, in summer or winter, and moreover preventing them from decaying or worms breeding in them when felled. The method of conservation in this case is that grand arcanum against all putrefactions, and so remarkable a secret that no other can compare with it. It is none other than the oil of sulfur, the process for making which is as follows. Let common yellow sulfur be pulverized and placed in a cucurbite. Over it pour as much aquafortis as will cover 4 fingers across. Abstract this by distillation 3 or 4 times, the last time until it is completely dry. Let the sulfur which remains at the bottom and is of a dark reddish color be placed in marble, or this is a great secret in the conservation of timber, so that it may never decay and may be protected from worms. For if sulfur be prepared as aforesaid and turned into an oil, it afterwards tinges the timber which has been anointed with it, so that it can never be obliterated. Many other things also can be conserved and preserved from decay in this oil of sulfur, especially ropes and cables in ships and on the masts of ships and chariots, fishing nets, bird catchers and hunters' snares, and other like things which are being frequently used in water and rain, and would otherwise be liable to decay and break. So also with linen cloths and other similar things. The conservation of potable things, too, should be noticed, under which we comprise wine, beer, hydromel, vinegar, and milk. If we wish to keep these 5 unharmed and in their virtue, it is necessary to know their chief enemy. This is none other than unclean women at the time of their monthly courses. They corrupt these things if they handle or have anything to do with them, if they look at them or breathe on them. The wine is changed and becomes thick, beer and hydromel turn sour, vinegar is weakened and loses its acidity, milk also becomes sour and clotted. This, therefore, should be well known before anything is said specially about the conservation of one of these things in particular. Moreover, the chief preservative of wine is sulfur and oil of sulfur, by means of which all wine can be preserved for a very long time, so that it neither thickens nor is in any way changed. The means of conserving beer is by oil of Garofalon, if a few drops of it are put in, so that one measure has 2 or 3 drops. Better still is the oil of Benedicta Garofilata, which preserves beer from acidity. The preservative for hydromel is the oil of sugar, which must be used in the same way as the oil of Garofalon, or the Benedicta. The preservative of vinegar is oil of ginger, and of milk the expressed oil of almonds. These 2 must be used as described above. The preservative of cheese is the herb hypericon, or perforata, which protects all cheeses from worms. If it be placed against the cheese and touches it, no worm is produced in it, and if some have been already produced, they die and drop out of the cheese. Honey has no special preservative, only it must be protected from its enemy. Its chief enemy is bread. If ever so small a quantity of bread made from flour be put or fall into it, the whole honey is turned into ants, and perishes entirely. Concerning the nature of things. Book 4. Concerning the life of natural things. No one can deny that the air gives life to all corporeal and substantial things which are born and generated from the earth. But as to what kind the life of each particular thing is, it should be known that the life of things is none other than a spiritual essence, an invisible and impalpable thing, a spirit and a spiritual thing. On this account, there is nothing corporeal but has latent within itself a spirit and life, which, as just now said, is none other than a spiritual thing. Note, life is a veil or covering which encloses 3 principles, sulfur, salt, and mercury. Paramirum, Book 1. The life of the body is fire. De Entiestrorum, Chapter 6, there is a 2-fold life in man. There is the life of the soul, which proceeds from the nature of God, but I speak here as a physician and not as a theologian. There is also a life of the animal kind, which is of air and fire, and the same is domiciled in the body, which is earth and water. So is man dowered with an animal and a sidereal life. De Pulsibus, Tract 1. In another sense, the life of man is said to be triplex, necrocosmic, gastric, and salnitric. But this has reference to the animal life only, leber azoth. That which sustains the body is the life, but the life itself is from God, and not from man. This life consists in 4 things: humors, complexions, natural species, and gifts or virtues, degenerational hominum. Endnote. But not only that lives which moves and acts, as men, animals, worms in the earth, birds under the sky, fishes in the sea, but also all corporeal and substantial things. For here we should know that God, at the beginning of the creation of all things, created no body whatever without its own spirit, which spirit it contains after an occult manner within itself. For what is the body without the spirit? Absolutely nothing. So it is that the spirit holds concealed within itself the virtue and power of the thing, and not the body. For in the body is death, and the body is subject to death, and in the body nothing but death must be looked for. For the body can be destroyed and corrupted in various ways, but not the spirit, for it always remains a living spirit and is bound up with life. It also keeps its own body alive, but in the removal of the body from it, it leaves the body separate and dead, and returns to its own place whence it had come, that is to say, into chaos, and into the air of the higher and lower firmament. Hence it is evident that there are different kinds of spirits, just as there are different kinds of bodies. There are celestial and infernal spirits, human and metallic, the spirits of salts, gems, and marcasites, arsenical spirits, spirits of potables, of roots, of liquids, of flesh, blood, bones, etc. Wherefore you may know that the spirit is in the body, but the body itself is only informed by the spirit of all corporeal things. Now we will go on to its species, and here we'll describe to you in detail, but as briefly as possible, the life of each natural thing. The life, then, of all men is none other than a certain astral balsam, a balsamic impression, a celestial and invisible fire, an included air, and a spirit of salt which tinges. Note, the flesh and blood of man are preserved and sustained by a certain balsam. Now, this balsam is the body of salt. So therefore, by salt is man preserved as by a balsam. De morbis tartarius ca. The balsam of man exists alike in all his members, and is specialized therein, in the blood, in the marrow, in the bones, the arteries, etc. Chirurgia magna lib. 5th endnote, I am unable to name it more clearly, although it could be put forward under many distinctive titles. Since, however, the chief and the best are here pointed out, we will be silent as to the rest and the inferior names. The life of metals is a latent fatness which they have received from sulfur. This is shown from their fluxion, because everything which passes into flux in the fire does so on account of its hidden fatness. Unless this were so, no metal could be reduced to a fluid state, as we see in the case of iron and steel, which have the least sulfur and fatness of all the metals. Wherefore they are of a drier nature than all the rest of them. The life of mercury is nothing but inner heat and outer frigidity. That is to say, within it gives heat, but without it causes cold. And in this respect, it is aptly to be compared to a garment of skins, which, like mercury, causes both heat and cold. For if a garment of this kind be worn by a man, it warms him and protects him from the cold. But if he wears the hairless part against his naked body, it causes cold and defends him from excessive heat. So it came about that in very ancient times, and it is even the custom still, that these coats of skin are worn both in summer and in winter, as much against the heat as against the cold. In summer, the hairless part is turned within, and the hairy part outside. But in the cold winter season, the hairy part is turned within, and the hairless part outside. As it is with the garment of skins, so is it with mercury. The life of sulfur is a combustible, ill-smelling fatness. Whilst it flames and sends forth its evil odor, it may be said to live. The life of all salts is nothing else but a spirit of aquafortis. For when the water is abstracted from them, that which remains at the bottom is called dead earth. The life of gems and corals is mere color, which can be taken from them by spirits of wine. The life of pearls is their brightness, which they lose in their calcination. The life of the magnet is the spirit of iron, which can be extracted and taken away by rectified vinum ardens itself, or by spirit of wine. The life of flints is a mucilaginous matter. The life of marcasites, kashmiri, talc, cobalt, zinc, granites, zwitter, bismuth, rude tin, is a metallic spirit of antimony, which has the power to tinge. Of arsenicals, oripigment, orpiment, realgar, and similar matters, the life is a mineral coagulated poison. The life of wave-like substances, that is to say, of the dung of men and animals, is their strong and fetid smell. When this is lost, they are dead. The life of aromatic substances, to wit, musk, ambergris, civet, and whatever emits a strong, sweet, and pleasant odor, is nothing but that grateful odor itself. If they lose this, they are dead and useless. The life of sweet things, as sugar, honey, manna, fistula cassia, and the like, is a subtle sweetness with the power to tinge. For if that sweetness be taken away by distillation or sublimation, the things are dead, fatuous, and no longer of any value. The life of resins, as caraba, turpentine, and gum, is a mucilaginous, glittering fatness. They all give excellent varnish. When they no longer furnish this and lose their glitter, they are dead. The life of herbs, roots, apples, and other fruits of this kind is nothing else than the liquid of the earth, which they spontaneously lose if they are deprived of water and earth. The life of wood is a certain resin. Any wood that is deprived of resin is unable longer to flourish. The life of bones is the liquid of mumia. The life of flesh and blood is none other than the spirit of salt, which preserves them from ill odor and decay, and spontaneously as the water is separated from them. But concerning the life of the elements, there is this to be known. The life of water is its flowing. When it is coagulated by the cold of the firmament and congealed into ice, then it is dead, and all power of doing harm is taken from it, since no one can any longer be drowned in it. So too, the life of fire is air, for the air makes the fire blaze more strongly and with greater impetuosity. Some air proceeds from all fire sufficient to extinguish a candle or to lift a light feather, as is evident to the eyes. All live fire, therefore, if it be shut up or deprived of the power to send forth its air, must be suffocated. The air lives of itself, and gives life to all other things. The earth, however, is of itself dead, but its own element is its invisible and occult life. Concerning the nature of things, Part 5. Concerning the death of natural things. The death of all natural things is nothing else but an alteration and removal of their powers and virtues, an overthrow of their potencies for evil or for good, an overwhelming and blotting out of their former nature, and the generation of a new and different nature. Note: death is the mother of tinctures, for tinctures proceed from the mortification of the body, in which the colors are contained, even as in a seed there are green, yellow, black, blue, and purple colors, which are, nevertheless, invisible until the seed has perished in the earth, and the sun has prepared and produced them, so that what was first hidden from the senses is now revealed to them. De tincturis end. Note: for it should be known that many things which in life were good, and had their own virtues, retain little or none of that virtue when they are dead, but appear altogether fatuous and powerless. So on the other hand, many things in their life are evil, but in death or after they have been mortified, they display a manifold power and efficacy and do much good. We could recount many examples of this, but that is altogether foreign to our purpose. Yet, in order that you may see that I do not write from my mere opinion, however plausible, but from my experience. It is well that I should adduce one example with which I will quiet and silence the sophists who say that nothing can be gained from dead things, nor anything ought to be sought or found in them. The cause of this assertion is that they value at nothing the preparations of the alchemists, by which many great secrets of this kind are discovered. For look at mercury, lev, and crude sulfur, and crude antimony, as they are brought from the mines, that is, while they are still living, how small is their virtue, how tightly and tardily do they exercise their influence. Indeed, they bring more evil than good, and are rather a poison than a medicine. But if, by the industry of a skilled alchemist, they are corrupted into their first substance and prudently prepared, that is, if the mercury be coagulated, precipitated, sublimated, resolved, and turned into oil, the sulfur be sublimated, calcined, reverberated, and turned into oil. And in like manner, Venus be sublimated, calcined, reverberated, and turned into oil. You see what usefulness, what power and virtue, and what rapid efficiency they afford and display, so that none can fully speak or write of it. For their manifold virtues are not to be investigated, nor can anyone search them out. Every alchemist, therefore, and every faithful physician ought to seek into these three things during his whole life, and even up to his death should play with them and find his pastime in them. Most assuredly they will nobly compensate him for all his labor, study, and expense. But let us come to particulars, and specially describe the death and mortification of each natural thing, what its death is, and in what way it is mortified. First of all, then, with regard to the death of man, it should be understood that, beyond a doubt, it is nothing else but the end of his day's work, the taking away his air, the evanescence of his balsam, the extinction of his natural light, and the entire separation of the three substances, body, soul, and spirit, and the return to his mother's womb. For since the natural earthborn man comes from the earth too will be his mother, into which he must return, and therein lose his earthborn natural flesh, so that at the last day he may be regenerated in a new, a heavenly and purified flesh, as Christ said to Nicodemus when he came to him by night. For as we said, these words apply to regeneration. But the death or mortification of the metals is the removal of their bodily structure, and of the sulfurous fatness which can be removed from them in many ways, as by calcination, reverberation, resolution, cementation, and sublimation. But the calcination of metals is not of a single kind only. For one is produced by salt, one by mercury, one by strong waters, one by the fuligo mercury and quick mercury. Calcination by salt is when the metal is formed into very thin plates and stratified and cemented with salt. Calcination by sulfur is when the metal is formed into plates, stratified and reverberated with sulfur. Calcination by strong waters is when the metal is granulated, resolved in aqua fortis, and precipitated therein. Calcination by the fuligo mercury is brought about thus. Let the metal be formed into plates. Let the mercury be put into an earthen vessel, narrow at the top but broad below, and afterwards set on a moderate coal fire, which should be blown a little until the mercury begins to smoke, and a white cloud issues from the mouth of the vessel. Then let the plated metal be placed on the orifice of the vessel. Thus the common mercury penetrates the metal and renders it as friable as a lump of coal. Calcination by quick mercury is when the metal is cleft into small particles made into plates or granulated and formed into amalgam with mercury. Afterwards, let the mercury be pressed out through skin, and the metal will remain within the skin in the form of lime or sand. But beyond these modifications of the metals, destructions and whitenings of their life, you must know that there are many other mortifications of the metals. For beyond the fact that all rusting of iron and steel is a death, there are others which are to be esteemed as more important. For instance, it should be known that all vitriol, or even burnt brass, is mortified copper. All precipitated, sublimated, calcined cinnabar is mortified mercury. All white lead, red lead, or yellow lead are mortified lead. All lazurious is mortified silver. So also all soul, from which its tincture, quintessence, resin, crocus, or sulfur has been withdrawn, is dead, because it no longer has the form of gold, but is a white metal like fixed silver. But now let us go on to lay before you by what means the mortification of the metals is brought about. First of all, it should be known concerning iron that it can be mortified and reduced to a crocus in the following way. Form very thin plates of steel, beat them red hot, and then extinguish them in vinegar made from wine. Keep on doing this until you see the vinegar has become very red. When you have enough of this red vinegar, pour it all out, and distill therefrom the moisture of the vinegar. Coagulate the residuum into a dry powder. This is the most excellent crocus of Mars. There is, however, another way of making the crocus of Mars which partly surpasses the former, and is carried out with much less expense and labor. Thus, stratify very thin plates of steel with equal quantities of sulfur and tartar. Afterwards, reverberate. This produces the most beautiful crocus, which should be taken from the plates. In the same way, you should be informed that if any plate of iron or steel be smeared over with aqua fortis, it renders also beautiful crocus. Such is the result too with oil of vitriol, water of salt, water of alum, water of sal ammoniac, water of salt nitre, sublimated mercury, all of which mortify iron. and reduce it to a crocus, but none of these methods is to be compared with the two mentioned above, for they can only be used in alchemy and not in medicine. So use in preference the first two methods and avoid the rest. The mortification of copper to reduce it to vitriol, verdigris, or burnt brass can also be accomplished in various ways. And there are various processes with this metal too, but one is better and more useful than another. Wherefore it will be well to make a note of the best and most useful, and to say nothing about the others. The best, easiest, and most reliable method of reducing copper to vitriol is as follows. Let plates of copper be smeared with water of salt or of saltpeter, and hung or exposed in the air until the plates begin to become green. Wash off this greenness with clear spring water, dry the plates with a rag, again smear the plates with water of salt or saltpeter, and again proceed as before, repeating the process until the water becomes quite green, or sends forth much vitriol to the surface. Then remove the water by tilting the vessel or by drawing it off, and you will have an excellent medicinal vitriol. For alchemy, there is no more beautiful, noble, or better vitriol than that which is made by aqua fortis or aqua regis or water of sal ammoniac. Proceed thus. Let plates of copper be smeared with one of the aforesaid waters, and as soon as the greenness has been extracted and the plates have been dried, let the greenness be taken off with a hare's foot, or by some other means of pleasure, as white lead is scraped off leaden plates. Let them be again smeared as before, until the plates are entirely consumed, and thence is produced a very beautiful vitriol, such as you cannot fail to admire. Water of saltpeter is made thus. Purify saltpeter, liquefy and pulverize it. Afterwards dissolve it by itself in a vessel with boiling water. Thus you have water of saltpeter. Water of sal ammoniac is made as follows. Calcine sal ammoniac and resolve it in a case on marble. This is water of sal ammoniac. In order to make verdigris from copper, there are several ways not necessary to recount here. We will therefore describe two only, with a twofold method of preparation, one for medicine and the other for alchemy. The verdigris used in medicine admits of the ensuing process. Take plates of copper and smear them with the following compound. Take equal quantities of honey and vinegar, with a sufficient quantity of salt to make the three together the consistence of thick paste. Mix thoroughly, and afterwards put in a reverberatory or in a potter's furnace for the same time as the potter bakes his vessels, and you will see a black substance adhering to the plates. Do not let this circumstance cause you any anxiety or detain you at all, for if you suspend or expose those plates in the open air, in a few days the substance will turn green and will become excellent verdigris, which may be called the balsam of copper, and is highly esteemed by all physicians. And this need not cause surprise, because the verdigris first becomes green in the air, and because the air has the power of transforming a black color into such a beautiful green. For here it should be known that, as daily experience in alchemy proves, every dead earth or caput mortuum, as soon as ever it comes out of the fire into the air, immediately acquires another color, and loses its own color which it had assumed in the fire. The changes of these colors are very diversified. According to the material, such are the colors produced, though for the most part they flow from the blackness of dead earth. You who are skilled in alchemy see that every dead earth flux of powder or of aqua fortis comes black from the fire, and the more ingredients there are in it, the more varied are the colors displayed in the air. Sometimes they only appear red, as vitriol makes them, sometimes yellow, white, green, cerulean, sometimes mingled, as in the rainbow or the peacock's tail. All these colors display themselves after death, and as a consequence of death. For in the death of all natural things, new colors appear, and they are changed from their first color into another, each according to its own nature and properties. Moreover, we will say about verdigris that which we dedicate to alchemy. The process of its preparation is as follows. Form very thin plates of copper, which stratify on a large tile with equal portions of sulfur and tartar pounded and mixed. Reverberate for 24 hours with a strong fire, taking care that the copper plates do not melt. Then take them out. Break the tile. Expose the plates to the air with the matter which adheres to them for a few days, and the matter on the plates will be converted into most beautiful verdigris, which in all strong waters. In waters of gradations, in cements and colorings of gold, tinges gold and silver with a deep color. But in order that copper may become astum, or in English as burnt bronze, which is also called the crocus of copper, the following process must be adopted. Let copper be formed into plates, smeared with salt, reduced into a paste with the best vinegar, then put on a large tile, placed in a blast furnace, and for a quarter of an hour burnt with a strong fire, but so that the plates may not melt. Let these plates, while still glowing, be extinguished in vinegar wherein sal ammoniac has been dissolved, half an ounce in a pound of vinegar. Let the plates be again heated and extinguished as before, but continually scrape off into vinegar the scales which adhere to the plates after they have been extinguished, or else knock them off by beating the plates, or in any way you can. Keep doing this until the plates of copper are nearly consumed. Then let the vinegar be extracted by distillation, or let it evaporate in an open vessel and let it coagulate into a very hard stone. Thus you will have the crocus of copper used in alchemy. Many persons commonly make aeus ustum, or the crocus of Venus, from Venus by the extraction of alcohol, others of Vena Massetti, like the crocus of Mars, but I much prefer this method. The mortification of mercury, in order that it may be sublimated, is brought about by vitriol and salt. When it is mixed with these two and then sublimated, it becomes as hard as crystal and as white as snow. In order that mercury may be reduced to a precipitate, note, it is also stated that there is nothing in medicine to compare with precipitated mercury for the cure of ictericia, fragmenta medicinae, v. annotations and lib. Dieterichus, the medical preparation of the precipitate of mercury as a healing unguent, has been boastfully claimed to their own credit by many persons, though they are all filched from the writings of the ancient artists and spigeristi. Vigo was not free from the disgrace of this falsehood. Precipitated mercury is certainly an ancient remedy, but has lain hidden for a long time by the perfidy of physicians. All cavernous ulcers, except those of the eating and spreading kind, are completely cured by its use. But experience teaches us that the oil of argent vive, when outwardly applied, has much greater efficacy. De Tumorius, etc., Morbi Gallici, Book 10. The blood-like redness of the precipitate of mercury has caused it to be ignorantly confused with the ruddy powder into which the sweet balsam of mercury is reduced when it is prepared without sublimation or calcination by means of the water of eggs. Ibid. Precipitated mercury of the metals is the reduction of the metals into their first matter, which afterwards is deposited below. Chirurgia Magna de Impostumus in Morbo Gallico, Book 2. Endnote. Nothing more need be done than calcine it in the best aquafortis. Then let the graduated aquafortis be extracted from it 5 times, more or less, until the precipitate acquires a beautiful red color. Sweeten this precipitate as much as possible, and finally distill the rectified wine from it 7 or 9 times, or as often as necessary, until it burns in the fire and does not escape. Then you have the diaphoretic precipitate of mercury. Moreover, here should be noted a great secret concerning precipitated mercury. If, after its coloration, it be sweetened with water of salt of tartar, by distilling it until the water no longer ascends acid, but is altogether sweet, then you will have the precipitate as sweet as sugar or honey. This is the principal arcanum for all wounds and ulcers and the Gallic disease, insomuch that no physician need wish for better, and it moreover brightens up despondent alchemists. For it is an augmentation of Sol, it enters into the composition of Sol, and by it gold is rendered constant and good. Although then much labor and toil may be required for this precipitate, it compensates for these and returns to you what you have spent. Moreover, you get sufficient gain from it, more than you could compass by the highest artifice of any kind. You ought therefore to rejoice over it and to thank God and me for it. But in order that mercury may be calcined, I have already said that this must be done in sharp aquafortis, which must be abstracted by distillation, and the precipitation is made. But in order that mercury may be reduced to cinnabar, you must first of all mortify it and liquefy it with salt and yellow sulfur. Note, the physicians of Montepassolano and Salerno committed the error of supposing that cinnabar was different from mercury, when it is clear that they are the same. De Tumor, etc., Morbi Gallici, Book 1, Chapter 8. Cinnabar is extracted from Saturn and Mars by means of mercury. Ibid, Book 3, Chapter 7, and note. Reduce it to a white powder, then put it in a cucurbite. Place an aludel above, and sublimate with great fluxion, as is customary. Thus the cinnabar ascends into the aludel and adheres to it, as hard as hematite. The mortification of lead, in order that it may be reduced to white lead, is twofold, one for medicine, the other for alchemy. The preparation of cerussa for medicine is as follows. Suspend plates of lead in an unglazed vessel over strong vinegar made from wine, the vessel being well closed so that no spirits may escape. Place the vessel in warm ashes, or in winter behind the fire. Then, after 10 or 14 days, you will find the very best cerussa adhering to the plates. Scrape this off with a hare's foot, and replace a plate over the vinegar until you have sufficient cerussa. The other preparation of cerussa for alchemy is like the former, save that a quantity of the best sal ammoniac must be dissolved in the vinegar. In this way, you will have a very beautiful cerussa, most subtle for purging tin or lead, or for removing whiteness from copper. But if we wish to make red lead out of the lead, it must first be calcined to ashes, and afterwards burnt laterally in a glazed jar, stirring it continually with an iron wire until it grows red. This minium is at once the best and the most valuable, and should be used in medicine as well as in alchemy. The other, which dealers sell in the shops, is of no use. It is made up only of the ashes which remain in the liquefaction of lead ore, and the potters buy it for encrusting vessels. Such minium is useful only for pictures, but neither for medicine nor for alchemy. In order to reduce lead to a yellow color, a process is required not altogether unlike the preparation of minium. Here too, the lead must be calcined with salt and reduced to ashes. Afterwards, it must be stirred continually with iron in one of the wide dishes used by those who test minerals over a moderate coal fire, careful watch being kept lest the heat should be too great or the stirring neglected. Otherwise, it would melt and produce yellow glass. In this way, you will have excellent yellow lead. The mortification of silver, so that lasurium or some similar substance may be produced from it, is brought about as follows. Let luna be made into plates mixed with mercury and suspended in a glazed jar over the best vinegar in which orate have been previously boiled. Afterwards dissolve in it sal ammoniac and calcined tartar. In all other particulars proceed as directed in the case of cerussa. Then, after 14 days, you will have the most precious and beautiful lasurium adhering to the silver plates, which you will wipe off with a hare's foot. We do not deem it necessary here to repeat the method of mortifying gold so that it may be reduced to its arcana, as for instance to tincture, quintessence, resin, crocus, vitriol, and sulfur. These preparations are manifold, and for the most part we have already given such secrets in other books, as the extraction of the tincture of soul, the quintessence of soul, the mercury of soul, sol potabilis, the resin of soul, the crocus of soul. These have been given in the Archidoxa and elsewhere, but the secrets omitted there we will impart here. These concern the vitriol of soul. Note, artificial acids are from the minerals of metals and cognate substances. But note here that what is usually called vitriolated acid is really vitriolated copper of Venus, for copper is vitriol. If therefore the acidity be extracted from copper, then he who uses it digests copper. It is the same with all the other vitriolates of metals. In all metals, there are vitriolated acids, except in gold, which does not know vitriol. De morbis tartaris, chapter 16, end note. And the sulfur of Sol, which are by no means the least among such secrets, and indeed ought to delight every physician. In order to extract vitriol from Sol, proceed thus. Take 2 or 3 marks of pure gold, which form into plates and suspend above boy's urine, mixed with grape berries, in a wide glass cucurbity closely sealed at the top. Bury this in a glowing heap of grape berries as they are taken from the winepress, and let it stand there for a fortnight or 3 weeks. Then open it, and you will find a most subtle color, which is vitriol of Sol, adhering to the plates of Sol. Remove this with a hare's foot, as you have been told in the case of the other metals. The crocus of Mars from the plates of iron, the vitriol of Venus and verdigris from the plates of copper, the cerussa from the plates of Saturn, the lasurium from the plates of Luna, all these being comprised under one process, but not with the same preparation. When, therefore, you have enough of this vitriol of Sol, boil it well in distilled rainwater, stirring it continually with some sort of spatula. Then the sulfur of gold rises up to the surface like grease, which remove with a spoon. So also proceed with other vitriol. After the sulfur is taken away, evaporate that rainwater to perfect dryness, and the vitriol of Sol will remain at the bottom. This you can easily resolve on marble in a damp place. In these 2 arcana, that is to say, the vitriol of gold and the sulfur of gold, a diaphoretic virtue is latent. However, we will not describe those virtues here, because we have sufficiently indicated them in the book on metallic diseases and elsewhere. The mortification of sulfur consists in taking away its combustible and fetid fatness and reducing it to a fixed substance. This is accomplished in the following way. Take common yellow sulfur, reduced to a fine powder, and abstract from it the very acrid aqua fortis by a 3-fold distillation. Afterwards, sweeten the sulfur which remains at the bottom and is of a black color with sweet water, repeating the process of distillation continually until nothing but sweet water proceeds from it and there is no more smell of sulfur. Reverberate the sulfur in a closed reverberatory, as in the case of antimony. Then it will become at first white, afterwards yellow, thirdly red as cinnabar. When you have it in that form, you ought to rejoice, for it is the beginning of wealth for you. This reverberated sulfur tinges any silver very deeply so as to turn it into most precious gold, and the human body it tinges into its most perfect condition of health. Of so great virtue is this reverberated and fixed sulfur. The mortification of all salts and whatever is of a salt nature is the removal and distillation of their watery and oleaginous part. And besides of the spirit of salt, for if these are taken away, they are called afterwards dead earth, or caput mortuum. The mortification of gems and corals is that they shall be calcined, sublimated, and dissolved into a liquid, as the crystal. The mortification of pearls is that they be calcined and resolved in sharp vinegar in the form of milk. The mortification of the magnet is that it be smeared with oil of mercury or touched by common mercury. Afterwards it attracts no iron. The mortification of flints and stones is calcination. The mortification of marcasites, cachemia, talc, cobalt, zinc, granites, zwitter, bismuth, and antimony is sublimation, that is, they're being sublimated with salt and vitriol. Then their life, which is the metallic spirit, ascends with the spirit of salt. Let whatever remains at the bottom of the sublimatory be washed, that the salt may be removed from it, and you will have dead earth wherein is no virtue. The mortification of arsenicals, oripigment, orpiment, realgar, etc., is when they are made fluid with salt nitre, are turned to oil or liquid on marble, and fixed. The mortification of undulous things is a coagulation of the air. The mortification of aromatic substances is the removal of their good odor. The mortification of sweet things is that they shall be sublimated with corrosives and distilled. The mortification of carabe, resins, turpentine, and gum is their being reduced to oil or varnish. The mortification of herbs, roots, and the like is that their oil and water shall be distilled from them, the liquid squeezed out in a press, and afterwards the alkali extracted. The mortification of woods is their being turned into charcoal or ashes. The mortification of bones is their calcination. The mortification of flesh and blood is the removal of the spirit of salt. The mortification of water is produced by fire, for the heat of fire dries up and consumes all water. So the mortification of fire is by water, for the water extinguishes the fire and takes away from it its force and effectiveness. Thus you are sufficiently informed, in few words, how death is latent in all natural things, how they are mortified and reduced to another form and nature, as also what virtues flow from them. Whatever else is necessary to say, we will set down in our book concerning the resuscitation of natural things. Concerning the nature of things, Book 6. Concerning the resuscitation. The resuscitation and reduction of natural things is not the least important in the nature of things, but a profound and great secret, rather divine and angelic than human and natural. I would, however, on this point be understood with the greatest discrimination, and in no other way than according to my fixed opinion, as nature daily and clearly points out and experience proves, so that I may not be exposed to the lies and misrepresentations of my enemies, the quack doctors, by whom I am constantly ill-judged, as if I myself pretended to usurp some divine power, or to attribute that same to nature which she never claims. Therefore, at this point, the most careful observation is necessary, since death is twofold, that is to say, violent or spontaneous. From the one, a thing can be resuscitated, but not from the other. Do not then believe the sophists when they tell you that a thing once dead or mortified cannot be resuscitated, and when they make light of resuscitation and restoration, for their mistake is great. It is indeed true that whatever perishes by its own natural death, or whatever mortifies by nature according to its own predestination, God alone can resuscitate, or that it must be done by his divine command. So whatever nature consumes man cannot restore, but whatever man destroys man can restore, and break again when restored. Beyond this, man by his condition has no power, and if anyone strove to do more, he would be arrogating to himself the power of God, and yet would labor in vain and be confounded, unless God were with him, or he had such faith that he could remove mountains. To such a man, this and still greater things from the possible, since Scripture says, for Christ himself has said, if ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, and say to this mountain, depart and place yourself yonder, it would do so and place itself there, and all things shall be possible, and nothing impossible to you. But let us return to our proposition. What is the difference between dying and being mortified, and from which of these conditions is resuscitation possible? The matter is to be understood thus. Whatever dies by its own nature has its end according to predestination, and as the pleasure and dispensation of God arranges. But this too happens from different diseases and accidents, and herefrom there is no resuscitation, nor is there any preservative which can be used against predestination and the cognate end of life. But what is mortified can be resuscitated and revivified, as may be proved by many arguments which we will set down at the end of this book. So then, there's the greatest difference between dying and mortifying, nor should it be thought that these are only two names for one thing. In very deed these differ as widely as possible. Examine the case of a man who has died by a natural and predestined death. What further good or use is there in him? None. Let him be cast to the worms. But the case is not the same with a man who has been slain with a sword or has died some violent death. The whole of his body is useful and good, and can be fashioned into the most valuable mumia. For though the spirit of life has gone forth from such a body, still the balsam remains, in which life is latent, which also indeed as a balsam conserves other human bodies. So too, in the instance of metals, you see that when a metal has a tendency to die, it begins to be affected with rust. And that which has been so affected is dead. And when the whole of the metal is consumed with rust, the whole is dead. And such rust can never be brought back to be a metal, but is mere ashes and no metal. It is dead, and death is in itself, nor has it any longer the balsam of life, but has perished in itself. The lime and the ashes of metals also are twofold, and there is the greatest difference between these two. For the one can be revived and brought back to be a metal, but not so the other. One is volatile, the other is fixed. One is dead, the other is mortified. The ash is volatile and cannot be brought back to be a metal, but only to glass or scoriae. But the lime of metals is fixed and can be brought back again into its own metal. If you would understand the difference and its cause, know that in the ash there is less fatness and more dryness than in the lime, and it is this which gives the fluxion. The lime is fatter and more moist than the ash, and still retains its resin and its fluxion, and more especially does it retain the salt which of its own special nature is capable of flux, and also makes all metals pass into flux, thereby reducing them. Hence it follows with the ashes of metals that they cannot be brought back into metals. The salt must be extracted, then they are perfectly volatile. This is the chief point, and must be very carefully noted, since no little depends upon it. Among sham physicians, a vast error is prevalent. In place of sol patibulus, the quintessence of gold, the tincture of gold, and so on, they have palmed off on men a leprous cock of sol, not considering the difference or the evils resulting therefrom. For two notable and necessary facts must here be observed, namely, that either calcined or pulverized sol, when given to men, is congregated into one mass in the bowels, or passes out per annum with the dung, and so is vainly and uselessly taken, or else by the great internal heat of the body it is reduced, so that it encrusts and affects the bowels, and also ensues many and various diseases, and at last even death. And as with sol, so also in the case of other metals, you should take no metallic arcanum or medicament into the body unless it shall have first been rendered volatile, so that it cannot be brought back to its metallic condition. Wherefore the first step and beginning of preparing aurum potabile is this. Afterwards, such a volatile substance can be dissolved by spirit of wine, so that both ascend together, becoming volatile and inseparable. Just as you prepare gold, in the same way you prepare potable Luna, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mercury. But to return to our proposition, and to prove by illustrations and by adequate reasons that mortified things are not dead and compelled to continue in death, but can be brought back and resuscitated and vitalized by man, according to natural guidance and rule. You see this in the case of lions, who are all born dead, and are first vitalized by the horrible noise of their parents, just as a sleeping person is awakened by a shout. So the lions are stirred up, not that they are sleeping in the same way. For one who sleeps a natural sleep would necessarily wake, but this is not the case with lions. Unless they were stirred up with this noise, they would remain dead, and life would never be found in them. Hence it is understood that they acquire their life and are vitalized by that noise. You see the same thing in all animals, except those which are produced from putrefaction, like flies, which, if they are drowned in water so that no life could be discerned in them, and were so left, would continue dead, and never would revive of themselves. But if they are sprinkled with salt and placed in the warm sun, or behind a heated furnace, they recover their former life, and this is their resuscitation. If this were not done, they would remain dead. So you see in the case of the serpent, if it be cut in pieces, and these pieces be put in a cucurbite and backed with a venter equinus, the whole serpent will revive in the glass in the form of small worms or by the spawn of fishes. Now, if these little worms are, as they ought to be, brought out by putrefaction and nourished, more than 100 serpents will be produced from the one, any single serpent being as big as the original one. This can be accomplished by putrefaction alone, and just as with the serpents, so many animals can be resuscitated, recalled, and restored. By this process, with the aid of nigromancy, Hermes and Virgil endeavored to renovate and resuscitate themselves after death and to be born again as infants. But the experiment did not turn out according to their intention, and it was unsuccessful. Let us, however, pass by these examples and come to the practical method of resuscitation and restoration. It is advisable to begin with metals because metallic bodies more frequently resemble human bodies. Know then that the resuscitation and renovation of metals are twofold. One brings back calcined metals by a process of reduction to their original metallic body. The other reduces metals to their first matter. The former is a reduction to argentum vivum, and such too is the latter process. Calcine a metal by means the fuligo mercurii. Put this calyx and a sufficient quantity of the quicksilver into a sublimatory and let them stand for some time, until the two are coagulated into one amalgam. Then, by means of sublimation, elevate the mercury from the calyx. When elevated, pound it again with the metallic calyx and sublimate as before. Repeat this until the metallic calyx liquefies over a candle like wax or ice, and the thing is then done. Let this metal be placed in digestion for such time as may be required, and the whole will be changed into mercurius vivus, that is, into its first matter. This is called the philosopher's mercurius of metals. Many alchemists have sought it, but few have found it. So is now prepared mercurius vivus from all metals, namely mercurius of gold, Luna, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. The resuscitation or restoration of calcined mercury is produced by distillation in retorts, for only mercurius vivus ascends into the cold water, and the ashes of Saturn, Venus, or sulfur are left. But the resuscitation and restoration of sublime mercury is brought about in hot water. It is necessary, however, that it should first of all be very minutely pounded, so that the boiling water may resolve from it the spirit of salt and of vitriol, which it raises up with itself in the process of sublimation, and the mercurius vivus runs together at the bottom of the water. If now such mercurius vivus be sublimated anew with fresh salt and vitriol, and again be resuscitated in boiling water, and if this be repeated 7 or 9 times, it will be impossible to purify and renovate it more effectually. Preserve this as a great secret in alchemy and medicine, and rejoice over it exceedingly. For in this way all the impurity and blackness and poisonous nature are taken away from mercury. The resuscitation, restoration, and renovation of mercury cannot be accomplished without sublimation, for unless after calcination it be sublimated, it will never be revivified. Sublimate it, therefore, and afterwards reduce it as you would any other sublimated substance, the resuscitation of cinnabar, lazurium, aurum musicum, or precipitated gold. In order that they may be revived into mercurius vivus, is effected as follows. Take any one of these substances, pound it very fine in a marble mortar, and make it into a paste with white of eggs and smegma. Then make pills the size of a nut, which place in a strong earthenware cucurbite. At its orifice arrange an iron plate which has several little holes, and let it be fastened with lute. Distill by descent over a strong fire, so that it may fall into cold water, and again you will have mercurius vivus. The resuscitation and restoration of wood is difficult and arduous, possible indeed, but not to be accomplished without exceptional skill and industry. The following is the method of its revival. Take wood, which has been first of all carbon, then ash, and place it in a cucurbite with the resin, liquid, and oil of its tree, the same weight of each. Let them be mixed and liquefied over a gentle fire. Then there will be produced a mucilaginous matter, and so you will have the 3 principles together from which all things are born and generated, namely phlegma, fat, and ash. The phlegma is mercurius, the fat is sulfur, and the ash is salt. For that which smokes and evaporates over the fire is mercury, what flames and is burnt is sulfur, and all ash is salt. Now, when you have these 3 principles together, place them in a venter equinus and putrefy for the time required by each respectively. If afterwards that matter be buried or poured into a rich soil, you will see it begin to revive, and a tree or a little log will be produced from it, which indeed is in its nature much higher than the original one. Note, a venter equinus, also known as a horse's belly or bowels, refers to the practice of embedding the alchemical vessel in fermenting horse dung. This method supplies a consistent, mild heat for extended periods, facilitating the digestion process within the vessel. End note, this is really wood and is called resuscitated, renewed, and restored wood. It was from the beginning wood, but mortified, destroyed, and reduced to coals, to ashes, to nothingness. And yet from that nothingness, it is made something and is reborn. Truly in the light of nature, this is a great mystery, that a thing which had altogether lost its form and had been reduced to nothingness, recovers that form and becomes something from nothing. Something which afterwards is much nobler in its virtue and its efficacy than it had been at first. But in order that we may speak generally concerning the resuscitation and restoration of natural things, This should be understood as the principal foundation, that to each thing may be again conceded that which had been taken from it and separated in mortification. It is difficult to explain this specifically here. So we will conclude this book, and in the following book, make these things more clear with regard to the transmutations of natural things. Concerning the nature of things, Book 7, concerning the transmutation of natural objects. If we are to write concerning the transmutation of all natural objects, it is just and necessary that. In the first place, and before all else, we should point out what transmutation is. In the second place, what are the successive steps thereto, and thirdly, by what means and in what manner it is brought about. Transmutation, then, takes place when an object loses its own form, and is so changed that it bears no resemblance to its anterior shape, but assumes another guise, another essence, another color, another virtue, another nature or set of properties, as if a metal becomes glass or stone, if stone or wood becomes coal, if clay becomes stone and slate, hide, glue, rag, paper, and many such things. All these are transmutations of natural objects. After this, it is most necessary to know the steps to transmutation, how many there are. There are not more than 7. For although some persons reckon a greater number, there are of a truth only 7 principal steps. The rest which may be included among the steps are comprised in these 7. They are the following: calcination, sublimation, solution, putrefaction, distillation, coagulation, tincture. If anyone ascends that ladder, he will arrive at so wonderful a place that he will see and experience many secrets in the transmutation of natural objects. The first step, then, is calcination, under which are comprised reverberation and cementation. Note one of the Fragmenta Medica contained in the first volume of the Geneva Folio. When explaining the process of calcination from the standpoint of hermetic medicine, observes that it is eminently necessary for the physician who concerns himself with alchemy to understand calcination and the virtue which resides therein. Endnote. Among these 3, there is little difference so far as relates to calcination. Here, therefore, calcination is the principal step, for by reverberation and cementation many corporeal objects are calcined and reduced to ashes, especially metals. What is calcined is not on that account reverberated or cemented. By calcination, all metals, minerals, stones, glasses, and all corporeal objects become carbon and ashes, that is calyx. And this is done in a naked fire, strong and exposed to the air. By means of this, all tenacious, soft, and fat earth is hardened into stone, but all stones are reduced to lime, as we see in the kiln of the lime burner and the potter respectively. Sublimation is the second step, also very important for the transmutation of many natural objects. Note, by sublimation, the lower minerals are separated from those elements which are the source of their poverty and baseness. But in addition to this, the process has many other virtues. For example, the sublimation of quicksilver has this operation, that even the air in its vicinity has a recreative effect. For in the air, permeated by mercury, all the virtues of mercury are present. In like manner, the sublimation of arsenic releases a fervid spirit into the atmosphere, which cures quartan fever and other acute diseases. De Morbis Metallicis, Tract 3, Chapter 5. Endnote. Under this are included exaltation, elevation, and fixation, and it is not altogether unlike distillation. Note exaltation, conjunction, opposition, and kindred processes are not materially performed, but after a mode which is altogether spiritual. Paracelsian Tract 3, Chapter 6, End. Note. For, as from all phlegmatic and watery objects, water ascends in distillation and is separated from its body, so in the process of sublimation, in dry substances such as minerals, the spiritual is raised from the corporeal, subtilized, and the pure separated from the impure. For in sublimation, many excellent virtues and wonderful qualities are found in minerals, and many things are fixed and become permanent, so that they remain in the fire in the following way. Let the body which is sublimated be ground again and mixed with its own dregs. Let it be again sublimated as before, and let this be repeated until it sublimates no longer, but all remains in the bottom and is fixed. Thus it will afterwards become a stone and an oil when and as often as you wish. For if, having refrigerated it, you put it in the air or in a glass vessel, it is there immediately resolved into an oil. If you once more put it in the fire, it is again coagulated into a stone, which is of great and wonderful powers. But this consider a great secret and mystery of nature, and do not disclose it to sophists. Moreover, as in sublimation many corrosives become sweet by the conjunction of the two natures, so, on the other hand, many sweet substances become sour or bitter, whilst many bitter things are made sweet as sugar. Here it should be remarked too that every metal which is brought to a state of sublimation by means of sal ammoniac may afterwards be dissolved into an oil in the cold or in the air, and contrariwise, may be coagulated to stone in the fire. This is one of the greatest and most complete transmutations in all natural objects, namely to transmute a metal into a stone. The third step is solution, under which term are comprised dissolution and resolution. This step frequently follows after sublimation and distillation, as for instance when you dissolve the matter which remains at the bottom. Solution, however, is twofold, one by cold, another by heat, one out of the fire, the other in the fire. The cold process of solution dissolves all salts, corrosives, and calcined bodies. Whatever salt and corrosive quality there may be, it resolves into an oil, a liquid, or water. And this takes place in a damp and cold chamber, or otherwise in the air only, in marble or glass. For everything that is dissolved in the cold contains the sharp spirit of salt, which it often acquires and assumes in sublimation or distillation. And everything which is dissolved in the cold or in the air, as again by the heat of fire, changes the third step is solution, under which term are comprised dissolution and resolution. This step frequently follows after sublimation and distillation, as for instance when you dissolve the matter which remains at the bottom. Solution, however, is twofold, one by cold, another by heat, one out of the fire, the other in the fire. The cold process of solution dissolves all salts, corrosives, and calcined bodies. Whatever salt and corrosive quality there may be, it resolves into an oil, a liquid, or water. And this takes place in a damp and cold chamber, or otherwise in the air only, in marble or glass. For everything that is dissolved in the cold contains the sharp spirit of salt, which it often acquires and assumes in sublimation or distillation. And everything which is dissolved in the cold or in the air is again by the heat of fire changed. But the solution of heat dissolves all fat and sulfurous bodies. And whatever the heat of fire dissolves, this the cold coagulates into a mass, and whatever the heat coagulates, this the air and the cold again dissolve. This also should be known, that whatever the air or the cold chamber dissolves is of great dryness, and holds concealed within itself a corrosive fire. So whatever is dissolved in fire and by its heat has in itself sweetness and cold, but not fire. Thus, and in no other way, is solution to be understood. Putrefaction is the fourth step, under which are comprised digestion and circulation. Note, putrefaction is the handmaid of separation. Medicina Pharmaceutica, Tract 1. Putrefaction is a new qualitative generation. De modo pharmacondi, Tract 3. The firmament produces colors, corruptions, and digestions of nutriment, of nature, etc. And putrefaction produces a succession of colors rapidly. De Tartaro, Book 2, Tract 2nd, Chapter 7. All putrefaction is essentially and excessively cold. De Tribus Luminaribus, Book 2, Tract 2, Chapter 7. Putrefaction is the separation of virtue, and at the same time is almost a conservation. De Naturalibus Accis, Book 4, Tract 2 end. Note. Digestion is putrefaction. De Putrilinus, Tract I. By the process of digestion, what is bad and unprofitable in a substance is separated, so that the substance remains in its essence as it was created. Insofar as it has become vitiated, digestion causes it to purge itself, so that it labors to return into its essence. De Tartaro, Book 2, Tract 2, Chapter 2. Between digestion performed in the earth and the digestion which takes place in the body of man, there is this difference, that the earth separates nothing. In the sense that it does not cast out anything excrementitiously, it digests, putrefies, generates, and augments by the power and ministry of the stars. There is no excremental separation, but there is a separation of seed into salt, sulfur, and mercury. Yet this is not precisely a deprivation of the earth, because the earth contains in itself salt, sulfur, and mercury. The earth, moreover, requires no nutrimental support after the manner of human beings, but the seed is sown in it, just as the male seed is sown in the female womb. The earth generates, augments, and multiplies by means of its own indwelling archeus. De Putrilitate, Tract 2. End note. Now, putrefaction is a very important step which might deservedly stand first, only that would be contrary to the just order and to the mystery which lies concealed here, and is known to very few. For these steps should follow one another in turn, as has been said, like the links in a chain or the rounds of a ladder. For if one of the links of the chain were taken away, the chain would be broken, and the captive would escape. And so too, if one of the rounds of the ladder should be removed from the middle and put in the highest or the lowest place, the ladder too would be broken, and many would fall headlong from it and endanger their lives. So understand here that these steps follow one another in a just order. Otherwise, the whole work of our mystery would be perverted, and all our toil and pains frustrated and rendered void. Putrefaction is of so great efficacy that it blots out the old nature and transmutes everything into another new nature and bears another new fruit. All living things die in it, all dead things decay, and then all these dead things regain life. Putrefaction takes away the acridity from all corrosive spirits of salt, renders them soft and sweet, transmutes their colors, separates the pure from the impure, and places the pure higher, the impure lower, each by itself. Distillation is a fifth step to the transmutation of all natural objects. Under it are understood ascension, levation, imbibition, cohobation, and fixation. By distillation, all waters, liquids, and oils are subtilized. The oil is extracted from all fat substances, the water from all liquids, and in all phlegmatic substances, the oil and the water are separated. Moreover, many things in distillation are fixed by cohobation, especially if the substances to be fixed contain water within them, as vitriol does. When this is fixed, it is called kalkotar. Alum, if it is fixed with its own water, is called zukari. This too is resolved into a liquid, and if it be perfumed for a month, it produces a water as sweet as sugar, which indeed is of great power and an excellent arcanum in medicine for extinguishing the microcosmic fire in men of a metallic temperament, as we write more at length in our books on metallic diseases. Note, medicines are therefore chosen which are free from coagulation, such as alum, in which humidity and coagulation simultaneously exist. If these two be separated one from another, the quality withdraws into one place, and the element, in like manner, into another. Now, the element of alum is most akin to the element of water, for the element of water also consists in its chyle, as alum after its excoction, and when it has been separated from it coagulates. It passes into its pure and proper element, despoiled, however, of its medicinal arcana. But alum does not suffer this privation, for water alone prevails against the microcosmic fire, whence the matter stands thus that the aquosity must be separated from the alum, and must be rectified therein till it is almost like sugar. The dose is one scruple. If the symptoms of the elementary disease again present themselves, they must be again extinguished as before. There are many such arcana, which I leave to the experience of the school of Vulcan, as it is impossible to enumerate them in this place. De morbis metallicis lib. Second, Tract 4, C6. Medicines are therefore chosen which are free from coagulation, such as alum, in which humidity and coagulation simultaneously exist. If these two be separated one from another, the quality withdraws into one place, and the element, in like manner, into another. Now, the element of alum is most akin to the element of water, for the element of water also consists in its chyle, as alum after its excoction, and when it has been separated from it coagulates. It passes into its pure and proper element, despoiled, however, of its medicinal arcana. But alum does not suffer this privation, for water alone prevails against the microcosmic fire, whence the matter stands thus that the aquosity must be separated from the alum, and must be rectified therein till it is almost like sugar. The dose is one scruple. If the symptoms of the elementary disease again present themselves, they must be again extinguished as before. There are many such arcana, which I leave to the experience of the school of Vulcan, as it is impossible to enumerate them in this place. De morbis metallicis lib. Second, Tractafi C6. End note. And just as you have heard of vitriol and alum, so also salt, niter, and other watery minerals can be fixed by cohobation. The process of cohobation is that a caput mortuum is frequently imbibed with its own water, and this is again drawn off by means of distillation. Moreover, in distillation, many bitter, sharp, and acrid things become very sweet, like honey, sugar, or manna. And on the other hand, many sweet things, such as honey, sugar, or manna, become sharp, as oil of vitriol or vinegar, or bitter as gall or gentian, or sharp as corrosive. Many excrementitious things lose their excessive stench in distillation, since it passes out into the water. Many aromatic things lose their pleasant odor. And just as sublimation alters things in their quality and nature, so does distillation. Coagulation is the sixth step. There is, however, a twofold process of coagulation, one by cold, another by heat, that is, one of the air, another of the fire. Each of these, again, is twofold, so that there are really four processes of coagulation, two by cold and two by fire. The coagulations by fire fix, the others by cold are not fixed. One indeed is produced only by common air, or without fire. Another is produced by the upper firmament of winter stars, which coagulate all waters into snows and ice. The coagulation by fire is produced by the artificial and graduated fire of the alchemist and is fixed and permanent. For whatever such a fire coagulates, that becomes permanent. Another coagulation is produced by the Etnian and mineral fire in mountains, which indeed the Arceus of the earth rules and graduates in much the same way as the alchemist. And whatever is coagulated by such a fire is also fixed and constant, though originally its matter was mucilaginous, and it is coagulated by the Arceus of the earth and by the work of nature into metals, stones, flints, and other bodies. But it should also be known that fire coagulates no water or moisture, but only the liquids and juices of all natural things. For this reason, no phlegm can be coagulated, unless it was originally a corporeal matter, whereto indeed it can be again restored by the industry of an experienced alchemist. So every mucilaginous matter or spermatic lentor can, by the heat of fire, be coagulated into a body and corporal material, but cannot again be resolved into water. And as you have heard concerning coagulation, so know also concerning solution, namely, that no corporeal matter can be resolved into water unless it originally was water, and such is the case with all mineral substances. Note all created things proceed from a coagulate, and afterwards this coagulate must pass into a liquid. From a liquid then, all procreated things proceed, whether these be liquids or solids possessing a defined shape. Further, the solid can never be so perfectly liquefied as not to strive to return to its solidity. For example, salt, when it is dissolved in water, seeks to revert into its original state. It is the same with all other substances. Moreover, no solid is so completely dissolved but that it will actually return into its original shape by means of the nature it retains. Understand that any solid proceeds from one of the three principles: sulfur, mercury, and salt, whichever it may be. Sulfur is never liquefied so completely as not to leave some solidity adhering to it. This is also the case with salt and mercury. Great attention must be paid to this solidification and dissolution. The one frequently prevails over the other. Understand, therefore, of things in general, that they proceed from three principles, but that from which they proceed is a solid, as, for example, seed, earth, all fruits, and all growing things. Nothing exists which is not a solid. But this is not the solidification of which mention is made here, but is above it and was before it. For fruits were produced from that liquid and were again solidified. The result is that here a certain kind of generation takes place, and if it be not followed again by a second digestion, as in the digestion which ensued after the first dissolution into fruits, that which finally remains becomes the principle of tartar. Alfred fragmentum de tartaro end. Note: tincture is the seventh and last step which concludes the work of our mystery with reference to transmutation, makes all imperfect things perfect, transmutes them into their noblest essence and highest state of health, and changes them to another color. Tincture, therefore, is the noblest matter with which bodies, metallic and human, are tinged, translated into a better and far more noble essence and into their supreme health and purity. For a tincture colors all things according to its own nature and its own color. But there are many and various tinctures, and not only for metallic and human bodies, since everything which penetrates another matter, or tinges it with another color or essence, so that it is no longer like what it was before, may be called a tincture. So then there are manifold tinctures, that is to say, of metals, minerals, human bodies, waters, liquids, oils, salts, all fat substances. In a word, of all things which with or without fire can be brought or reduced to a state of fluxion. For if the tincture is to tinge, it is necessary that the body or material which is to be tinged should be open and in a state of flux. For unless this were so, the tincture could not operate. For it would be just as though one were to cast saffron or some other color into coagulated water or ice. It would not tint the ice so quickly with its color as if one were to put it into other water. And although it might tinge the ice, it would at the same time reduce it into water. Wherefore, metals also, which we wish to tinge, must be liquefied by fire and freed from their coagulation. And here it should be known that the more hotly they are liquefied, the more rapidly the tincture runs through them, just as fermentation penetrates the whole mass and imparts acidity to it, and the better it is covered up. And the warmer the mass is kept, the more perfectly it ferments, and the better bread it gives. For fermentation is a tincture of the farinaceous matter of the bread. Note: the brutes themselves have an innate knowledge, good and bad. Nonetheless has man also his tinctured knowledge, which is bad and good, being tinctured from the stars as regards his earthy nature and condition. In consequence of this nature, a most supreme and exhaustive investigation of philosophy is permissible. The right and proper understanding of the animal condition of human nature is contained in an understanding of the tincture of the animal man. Man has two tinctures, one as regards his inferior being from the stars, and the other supernatural from God. Depastillitate, Tract 1. Endnote. It is also to be remarked that some dregs are of a more fixed substance than their liquid, of a sharper also and more penetrating nature, as you see in the case of vinum ardens, which is made from the dregs of wine. And in the case of Cervisia ardens, which is distilled from the dregs of Cervisia, and just as vinum ardens burns, and as sulfur is kindled, so if from the dregs of a sedum, another sedum should be distilled. As vinum ardens is commonly distilled, there will be produced thence an sedum of so fiery and acrid a nature that it would consume all metals, stones, and other substances, like aqua fortis. Moreover, tincture must be of a fixed nature, flexible and incombustible, so that if a little of it be thrown on an ignited plate of metal, it will presently float like wax, and that without any smoke, and will penetrate the metal as oil penetrates paper, or water a sponge, and tinge all metals to white and red, that is in the case of Luna and Sol. Note, I call the tincture of gold the color of the body itself, which, if separated from the body so that a white body remains, will be a perfect work. For color and body are two different things, and for this reason admit of separation, that is to say, the pure, the color, is separated from the impure, the body. Unless this be done, all the labor will turn out useless. When, accordingly, this separation is accomplished, we must immediately hasten to the clarification of the color and to the highest grade of exaltation. But the grade to which the tincture can be exalted is 5 times double, that is, 5 times into 5 times 24, for it cannot become more sublimated. Georgia Magna, Part 2, Tract 3, Chapter 2 end. Note. These are now the tinctures of the metals, which must first of all be turned to alcohol by the step of calcination. Afterwards, by the second step of sublimation, their own easy and gentle flux must be produced. Lastly, by the step of putrefaction and distillation, the tincture is evolved, fixed, incombustible, and of changeless color. But the tinctures of human bodies, whereby those bodies may be tinged into their supreme state of health, and all diseases may be expelled, that their lost powers and colors may be restored, and they themselves invigorated and renewed, are these: gold, pearls, antimony, sulfur, vitriol, and the like, the preparations whereof we give in many other books. So it does not seem necessary to repeat them here. But concerning tinctures nothing more need be written, seeing that every extracted color may be called a tincture, which, indeed, tinges with a permanent color things which do not enter the fire, or keep their colors fixed in the fire. All these things are in the hand and power of the dyer or the painter, who prepares them according to his own pleasure. Note, tinctures operate approximately as follows. Just as you see fire completely consume firewood and similar bodies, which, as gold, etc., have no figure of man, so we must believe that tinctures operate. This, as antimony purges away all the dross of gold, perfects it, and raises it to the highest grade by cementation, in like manner it becomes manifest that the tinctures themselves have obtained a nature similar to cement, inasmuch as they perform operations completely similar to those of the latter and of fire. The ancient artists marvelously weary themselves at conjoining tinctures with fire, for they anticipated a medicine in their almost sacred conjunction, but all in vain. Ibid, Chapter 8. Endnote. It is especially necessary, too, in this book to know the degrees of fire, which can be graduated and intensified in many ways, and each degree has its own peculiar operation, while no one gives the same result as another, as every skillful alchemist finds from his daily experience and the practice of his art. One is the live flaming fire, which reverberates and calcines all bodies. Another is the fire of the candle and lamp, which fixes all volatile bodies. Another is the coal fire, which cements, colors, and purges metals from their scoriae, graduates more highly Sol and Luna, takes the whiteness from Venus, and, in a word, renovates all the metals. Another is the fire of an ignited iron plate, on which the tinctures of metals are probed, which also is useful for other purposes. In another way, scobs, i.e. alkali of iron, produces heat. In another way, sand. In another, ashes. In another, the balnearis, by which many distillations, sublimations, and coagulations are produced. In yet another way operates the balneum vaporus, in which take place many solutions of corporeal things. Otherwise, again, acts the venter equinus, in which the principal putrefactions and digestions take place, and in another way operates the invisible fire by which we understand the rays of the sun. which also is shewn by a mirror or steel plate or crystal, and displays its operation and effect, concerning which fire the ancients wrote scarcely anything. By this fire, indeed, the three principles in any corporeal substance can be separated on a table. Of so wonderful a virtue is this fire, that by means of it metals are liquefied, and all fat and flexible things, all combustible things, indeed, can be reduced to carbon and ashes on a table, and without fire. Since then, I have placed before you and disclosed the steps of alchemical art, and the degrees of alchemical fire. I will moreover point out to you, and describe generically the various transmutations of natural objects. Before all, one should speak of the metals, secondly of stones, thirdly of various objects after their kind. The transmutation of metals, then, is the great secret in nature, and can only be produced with difficulty on account of the many hindrances and difficulties. Yet it is not contrary to nature or the will of God, as many falsely say. But in order to transmute the 5 lower and baser metals, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury, into the 2 perfect metals, Sol and Luna, you must have the Philosopher's Stone. But since we have already in the 7 steps sufficiently unveiled and described the secrets of the tinctures, it is not necessary to labor further about this, but rather rest satisfied with what we have written in other books on the transmutations of metals. But there are further transmutations of imperfect and impure metals, as for instance of Mars into Venus. This may be effected in different ways. Firstly, if iron filings are heated in water or vitriol, or secondly, if iron plates are cemented with calcined vitriol. Thirdly, if glowing iron plates are extinguished with oil of vitriol. In these 3 ways, iron is transmuted into the best natural and heavy copper, which indeed flows very well, and has its own weight as well as any native copper. Iron filing can also be reduced and transmuted as if into lead, so that it becomes entirely soft, like native lead, but it does not flow easily. Therefore proceed thus. Take some iron filing, and the same quantity of the best liquefying powder. Mix them, place them on a tigillum in a blast furnace, make a strong fire, not so much as to melt the iron, but let it stand as if in a cement a whole hour. Afterwards increase the fire vigorously so that the iron may glow and melt. Lastly, let the tigillum cool itself, and you will find a regulus of lead on the tigillum, as soft and ductile as native lead can be. But in order to transmute Venus into Saturn, proceed thus. First of all, sublimate copper and reduce it by fixed arsenic to a white substance, as white as Luna. Then granulate. Of this and of good reduced powder, take the same quantity, first cement, and lastly pour into the regulus, when you will have the true lead in regulus. On the other hand, it is very easy to turn lead into copper, nor is any great skill required. This is the process. Calcine plates of lead and vitriol, or stratify with the crocus of Venus, cement, and lastly, liquefy. Then you will see as much native lead as you please transmuted into good heavy and ductile copper. If now such copper or any other copper be made into plates and stratified with tuchia and calamine cemented, and if lastly it be cast, it is changed into a splendid amber or red color like gold. If you wish to change Saturn into Jupiter, take plates of Saturn and stratify with sal ammoniac cement, and lastly cast as above. So all its blackness and darkness are taken away from the lead, and it becomes in whiteness like the best English tin. As you have now heard in brief a summary of some transmutations of metals, so moreover know concerning the transmutations of gems, which indeed are various and by no means alike. For you see how great a transmutation of gems lies hid in oil of sulfur. Any crystal can be tinged and transmuted in it, and in course of time graduated with distinct colors so as to become like a grain jacinth or ruby. Understand in like manner concerning the magnet, it can be transmuted into 10 times its power and virtue in the following way. Take a magnet and heat it in the coals to such a degree that it may be at a high temperature, but still not red hot. Extinguish this immediately in the oil of the crocus of Mars, which is made of the best Corinthian steel, so that it may imbibe as much as it can take. Thus you will make a magnet so powerful that with it you can pull out the nails from a wall and do other wonderful things which a common magnet could never accomplish. Moreover, in the transmutations of gems, it must be known that the world is situated in the 2 grades of tincture and coagulation. For as the white of an egg can be tinged with saffron, and afterwards coagulated into a beautiful yellow amber, with the dye of a pine into black amber, with verdigris into green amber, like the cyanian or Turkish stone, with green juice into the likeness of an emerald, with lazuli into a cerulean amber like sapphire, with Brazilian wood into a red amber like the grain jacinth or ruby, with a purple color like amethyst, or with ceruse made to resemble alabaster, So all other liquids, and especially metals and minerals, can be tinged with fixed colors, afterwards coagulated and transmuted into gems. Similarly, pearls, too, can be made entirely like true ones in appearance, so that by means of their brightness and beauty, they can scarcely be distinguished from genuine ones. Proceed thus. Purify as much as possible the white of eggs with a sponge. Into this put and mix some fair white talc, or pearl shell, or mercury coagulated with Jupiter and reduced to alcohol. At the same time, pound it in marble very fine, so that it becomes a thick amalgam, which must be dried in the sun or behind a warm furnace until it becomes like cheese or heifer. Lastly, from this mass make as many pearls as you wish, and fix them on hog bristles, having thus bored them, dry them as you did the amber, and you have prepared them. If they do not shine sufficiently, anoint them externally with the white of an egg, and again dry them. Thus they will become most beautiful pearls, like true ones in form though not in virtue. Almost in the same way corals are made by those who wish to deceive people, as with the pearls just spoken of. Proceed thus. Pound cinnabar with white of eggs in a marble mortar for an hour. Afterwards dry it like potter's earth. Then form from thence peels or small branches as you will. Lastly, dry them thoroughly and anoint them externally as you did the pearls with white of egg. Dry them again, and thus they will become like native coral in appearance, but not in virtue. It should also be known that the white of eggs by itself can be coagulated into a very fine varnish, into which coagulation luna or soul may be put. There are many other and various transmutations, whereof I will tell you briefly, and by the way, those which I know and have experimented on. First, learn that any wood, if at a particular time it be put in the water of the salt of a gem, is converted into stone in a manner calculated to cause wonder. So too, stones are transmuted into coals by teen fire, and these are called stone coals. In the same way, glue is made from hides, paper from linen rag, and silk is produced out of linen with a very sharp lixivium made from lime and the ashes of wood. If the downy parts are taken from feathers and dressed with this lixivium, they can be spun and woven like cotton. Any oil or spermatic mucilage can be coagulated into varnish, any liquid into gum. All these are transmutations of natural objects, whereof we have now said enough, and therefore write our finis. Concerning the nature of things, Book 8, concerning the separation of natural things. In the creation of the world, the first separation began with the four elements, when the first matter of the world was one chaos. From that chaos, God built the greater world, separated into four distinct elements: fire, air, water, earth. Fire was the warm part, air only the cold, water the moist, and lastly, earth was but the dry part of the greater world. Now, that you may learn our method in this 8th book as briefly as possible, you must know that we do not propose to treat herein concerning the separation of the elements in all natural things, since we have fully and perfectly taught concerning these arcana in our Archidoxa on the separations of the elements. But here we touch only on the separation of natural things, where one thing is singly, and by itself, materially and substantially separated and segregated, when 2, 3, 4, or more have been mingled in one body, and yet only a single matter is touched and seen. Note, separation is grounded in heat, as in a faculty of digestion, whence, sometimes in one way, and sometimes in another, the ultimate matter is formed. Modus Pharmacandi, Tract 3. The office of the Archeus is the sequestration of the pure from the impure. De Morbis Tartarius. Chapter 5. For unless there be separation in the greater world, there can be no metal, and unless there be separation in the smaller world, that is, in the microcosmos, which is man, there can be neither health nor disease, but an equable and perpetual disposition of all things. Chirurgia Magna, Part 3, Book 2 End. Note. And here it frequently happens that corporeal matter of this kind can be known by nobody, nor be designated by an express name, until the process of separation is instituted. Then sometimes from a single matter 2, 3, 4, 5, or more proceed, as by daily experience in alchemy is made evident. By way of example for you, there is electrum, which by itself is not a metal, but still conceals all the metals in one metal and body. If this by alchemical art be anatomized and separated, all the 7 metals, and these pure and unmixed proceed from it, namely gold, silver, copper, tin, lead, iron, quicksilver, etc. But in order to understand what separation is, you should know that it is nothing else but the segregation of one thing from another, whether 2, 3, 4, or more have been mixed. I mean the segregation of the principles as mercury, sulfur, salt, and the extraction of the pure from the impure, or of the pure and noble spirit and quintessence, from the dense and elemental body. and the preparation of 2, 3, 4, or more from one, or the dissolution and liberation of things linked and bound together, which are by nature adverse, and perpetually act contrariwise one to the other, and go on doing so until they mutually destroy each other. There are many and various modes of separation, all of which are not known to us, but those among the soluble natural elements which have been investigated by us shall here be set down and described according to their species. The first separation of which we speak should begin from man, since he is the microcosm, the lesser world, and for his sake the macrocosm, the greater world, was founded, that he might be its separator. But the separation of the microcosm begins from death. Note, there are two kinds of death, one from the villidus and one from the annes. With that which comes from the villidus, medicine may attempt to do battle. With that which comes from the ens, it is useless to attempt to cope. De Tartaros, comment. In Book 2, end note. For in death, the two bodies of man separate from each other, that is to say, the celestial and the terrestrial, the sacramental and the elemental. One of these soars on high, like an eagle, the other sinks down to the earth like lead. Note, it has therefore seemed good to me that man should first of all be described according to his nature and condition, so that it may become more clearly intelligible what is to be sought in the mortal body, that is to say, mere mortality, and what also is to be sought in the sidereal body, forsooth, mere mortality. Afterwards, we must become acquainted with the soul, which is by no means mortal, but is the eternal man. You must further know that the soul is flesh and blood, and that it consists of flesh and blood. But there is a twofold flesh, namely mortal and eternal. The mortal takes its essence from mortal flesh. The eternal is perfect flesh and blood unto life eternal. Therefore, if man considers within himself who and what he is, and what will be his future condition, he will thence readily understand that in this body, incarnate from the Holy Spirit, he shall see God, his Redeemer, and that whatsoever God our Redeemer operates in us, he does through the man of new generation, because that is not of a mortal but an eternal body. Only this body is secure from the devil. The second is from Adlam, and is like a seed in water. The other body is suitable for the performance of works divine, for a mortal body can accomplish nothing of those things which are celestial. It cares only for things earthly and things of the firmament, and it produces men skilled only in natural light. Hence God ordains man to gain a wider experience from that which is naturally formed, to pass from one to the other, and to emulate nature. For in a new body in a celestial philosophy is life eternal. Death is inherent in natural strength, but life, on the contrary, consists in eternal strength. The instruction of nature is from the earth, and she knows not God, except that she admires the Creator in man. Nor yet does man recognize God according to nature or in nature. But he who is born from on high is acquainted with supernal things. The first of these is Christ. All who are reborn in flesh and blood, conceived and incarnate from the Holy Ghost, do follow him. And these same have the knowledge of things above. For they are from him who cometh from on high. Hence there are two instructions, one of the earth and the other from on high, which he imparts who also is from on high, from whom we derive, whose flesh and blood we are, etc. Philosophia Sagax, Book 2, Chapter 2. End note, the elemental body decays and is consumed. It becomes a putrid corpse, which, being buried in the earth, never again comes forth or appears. But the sacramental body, that is, the sidereal and celestial body, does not decay, is not buried, occupies no place. This body appears to men, and is seen even after death. Hence we have specters, visions, and supernatural apparitions. From these, the Kabbalistic art was elaborated by the ancient Magi, which is treated of more at length in the books on the Kabbalah. Note, the sole work on the Kabbalah which has been preserved in the name of Paracelsus is a short treatise, which forms a detached portion of the book entitled Dipastillitate. It is not Kabbalistical in the sense which properly attaches to that term, nor does it exhibit any special acquaintance with that section of Jewish traditional literature to which it is referred in name. In its general outline, it seems to be fairly in harmony with the great body of Kabbalistical cosmogony, and it is briefly as follows. Earth, water, air, and fire have their origin from three things, which, however, are not to be regarded as a prior creation, for they are and have been fire, air, water, earth. The three have all proceeded from one mother. This mother was water. When the whole world was formed, the Spirit of God was born over the waters, for by the word fiat water was first created, and thence all other creatures, animate and inanimate. These three are called truly sulfur, mercury, salt. These, therefore, are the true principle, these the true matter, out of which all animals and man himself are formed. Thus, for perfect generation in all things, there are three things required: spring, summer, and autumn. This is especially the case in man himself. Now, sulfur, mercury, and salt recognize two rulers. Salt has the moon, and thereby governing. It is also a subject of water, in which it is dissolved and liquefied. It is of autumn and winter, but the sun is king and lord of sulfur, which is fervid, igneous, and dissolved in fire. Now, the sun's the ruler of spring and autumn. But all things are nothing else save sulfur, mercury, and salt, which further are the most certain mark of every true physician. Salt is the body of autumn and winter, and sulfur spring and summer. Salt gives form and color to all creatures. Sulfur gives body, increase, and digestion. These two are father and mother, from which mediating stars all creatures are produced, but mercury needs daily nourishment and also continual augmentation from sulfur and salt. Know also that God has put much sulfur and salt into earth and water, and every creature, animate and inanimate, in water and earth, have their proper sulfur and salt, whence they receive nourishment and savor. Salt gives savor and form, sulfur odor, and the power of putrefaction. The sun and moon assiduously labor to generate these three things copiously, and also to mature the same. The sun and moon are the parents of all creatures, while sulfur and salt are the seed. The seed is brought by the parents, and the fetus, which is mercury, is born. The manner of the nativity of everything has its analogies in the great world. When the death of winter has passed, all things that are capable of receiving life are set in motion by the amenity of May. And all creatures are transported with singular delight, even as a pregnant woman who desires to bring forth. Now, every individual being has assigned to it its own May for its conception and birth, its respective autumn, and its peculiar harvest. So are there various springs, summers, and autumns, according to the infinite varieties of creatures. The doctrine of the three prime principles recurs continually in the writings of Paracelsus, and is elsewhere treated at considerable length in the text's translation. At the same time, the obscurity which involves the subject seems to warrant the citation of passages such as the above. Not exactly to cast light upon the origin, but to exhibit the primeval mystery of Paracelsian philosophy with all its available variations. And note, after this separation has been made, then by the death of the man, the three substances separate one from the other, that is to say, the body, the soul, and the spirit, each wending its own way, as separate as to the ark from which it first of all came forth, the body to the earth as the first matter of the elements, the soul to the first matter of the sacraments, and lastly the spirit to the first matter of the aerial chaos. What has now been said concerning the separation of the microcosm should also be understood of the greater world, which the mighty ocean has separated into three parts, so that the universal world is thus divided into three portions: Europe, Asia, and Africa. This separation is a sort of prefiguration of the three principles, because they too can be separated from every terrestrial and elemental thing. These principles are mercury, sulfur, and salt. Of these three, the world is built up and composed. From this should be known the separation of the metals from their mountains, that is to say, the separation of metals and minerals. By the separation which is instituted in these, many come forth from one matter. You see that from minerals come forth metal, scoriae, glass, sand, pyrites, marcasite, granite, cobalt, talc, cachemia, zincum, bismuth, antimony, litharge, sulfur, vitriol, verdigris, chrysocolla, ceruleum or lazulum, oripigment, arsenic, realgar, cinnabar, fire clay, spathis, cyphus, tripolis, red earth, and other like things. And then of each one of these, the water, the oils, the resins, the calx or ash, the mercury, sulfur, salt, etc. Vegetables in their separation give waters, oils, juices, resins, gums, luxuaries, powders, ashes, mercury, sulfur, salt, etc. Animals in their separation give water, blood, flesh, fat, bone, skin, body, hair, mercury, sulfur, salt, etc. Whoever therefore boasts to be a separator of such natural things needs long experience and perfect knowledge of all natural objects. Besides this, he must be a skilled and practiced alchemist, to know what is or is not combustible, what is fixed and what volatile, what does or does not pass into flux, and what thing is heavier than another. He must also have investigated in every object its natural color, odor, acidity, austerity, crudity, bitterness, sweetness, its grade, complexion, and quality. Moreover, it is necessary to know the grades of separation, that they consist of distillation, resolution, putrefaction, extraction, calcination, reverberation, sublimation, reduction, coagulation, pulverization, levation. By distillation, water and oil are separated from all corporeal substances. By resolution, metals are separated from minerals, and one metal from another, salt and fatness from others, and the light is separated from the heavier. By putrefaction, the fat is separated from the lean, the pure from the impure, the decayed from the undecayed. By extraction, the pure is separated from the impure, the spirit and the quintessence from their body, and the pearl from its dense body. By calcination are separated watery moisture, fatness, natural color, odor, and whatever is otherwise combustible. By reverberation are separated color, odor, inflammability, all moisture and wateriness, fat, whatever, in a word, there is in the substance which is flexible or inconstant, and so on. By sublimation are separated from each other the fixed and the volatile, the spiritual and the corporeal, the pure from the impure, the sulfur from the salt, the mercury from the salt, and the rest. By reduction, the flexible is separated from the solid, the metal from its mineral ore, one metal from another, metal from ash, the fat from that which is not fat. By coagulation is separated moisture from mere humidity, water from earth. By pulverization are separated one from the other dust and sand, ashes and hyme, the mineral from the animal and vegetable substance. All powders which are of unequal weight are separated by the process of ejaculation, just as the chaff from the corn. By washing or ablution, ashes and sand are separated, the mineral from its metal, the heavy from the lighter substance, the vegetable and animal portion from the mineral, sulfur from mercury and salts from mercury. But now, discarding mere theory, let us approach the practical work of separation and come down to special details. It must be remarked that the separation of metals is rightly the first of all. For this reason, therefore, we will treat of that first, concerning the separation of metals from their minerals. The separation of metals from their mineral ores can be effected in many ways, for instance, by ebullition or excoction, or by liquefaction with certain liquefying powders as salt of alkali, litharge, sal fixum, fel vitri, ash, sal gemme, salpeter, etc. Put them into a vessel or dish and let them liquefy in a furnace. Then the metal as a regulus will subside to the bottom of the vessel, but the matter of the mineral will float on the surface and will become ash. You must then work this metallic regulus in a furnace by means of a reverberatory until all the pure metal is liberated without any dirt or ash. In this way, the metal is thoroughly digested and, so to say, refined or purged from all its dirt and scoria. Mineral ores of this kind will sometimes contain more than one metal, as is very often the case. For example, copper and silver, copper and gold, lead and silver, tin and silver, etc. may be found in one mineral ore, and the sign of this circumstance will be apparent if the metallic regulus, after being dealt with in the reverberatory, be resolved in a small viat, after the proper fashion and mode. All the imperfect metals in it are separated, such as copper, iron, tin, lead, and so they pass away in smoke together with the lead, of which there should be added twice as much as of the regulus. And then only fine silver and gold remain in the VAT. A similar result is attained, too, if the metallic rex is liquefied and poured upon the lumps. By that method of fusion, the intermixed metals are separated. That which is best and weightiest always sinks to the bottom, while the lighter mounts above. 2 or 3 metals in admixture can also be separated in acrid and strong water, and one can be extracted from the other, and extended and resolved. But if both metals are resolved together, one of them in that resolution, as sand or callax, can be deverberated and depressed with salt according to the usual method, and so separated. Besides this, metals can also be separated by fluxion according to the following process. Reduce the metals to a state of flux. When this has been done, throw in for every pound of the metal 1 ounce of the most perfectly sublimated and refined sulfur. It will there be burnt, and in the course of that operation, it will attract to itself, on the surface, one metal, the lightest, whilst it will leave the heavier at the bottom. Let them stand in this way until cool. So in the one regulus 2 metals will be found, not as before mixed together, but opposed to each other, and separated by the sulfur as if by a wall, even as oil cuts off 2 bodies of water so that they cannot join and be commingled. In the same way, sulfur acts with these metals. Sulfur, therefore, is an arcanum, worthy of the highest esteem. Volatile and fugitive metals, such as gold and silver, if they are to be separated from their minerals, since they can neither be treated in the fire nor with strong waters, should be amalgamated, separated, and extracted by means of mercurius vivus. Afterwards, the mercurius vivus must be abstracted and separated from the calx of the gold or silver by the grade of distillation. In this way, other metals too, as gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, lead, and substances prepared from these, as red electrum, white magnesia, aurichalcum, lead ashes, lithon, casting brass, part with part, etc., and whatever transmuted metals of this kind there are, must be abstracted and separated from their extraneous substances by means of mercurius vivus. For this is the nature and quality of mercurius vivus, that it is amalgamated with metals and wholly united with them, but more quickly or more slowly with one than with another, according as the metal is more or less akin to its nature. In this scale, the principle is fine gold, then fine silver, the third lead, the volatile and fugitive metals, such as gold and silver, if they are to be separated from their minerals. Since they can neither be treated in the fire nor with strong waters, should be amalgamated, separated, and extracted by means of mercurius vivus. Afterwards, the mercurius vivus must be abstracted and separated from the calx of the gold or silver by the grade of distillation. In this way, other metals too, as gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, lead, and substances prepared from these, as red electrum, white magnesia, aurichalcum, lead ashes, lithon, casting brass, part with part, etc., and whatever transmuted metals of this kind there are, must be abstracted and separated from their extraneous substances by means of mercurius vivus. For this is the nature and quality of mercurius vivus, that it is amalgamated with metals and wholly united with them, but more quickly or more slowly with one than with another, according as the metal is more or less akin to its nature. In this scale, the principle is fine gold, then fine silver, the third lead, the fourth tin, the fifth copper, and the last iron. So among transmuted metals, the first is part with part, then lead ashes, next lithon, afterwards casting brass, then red metal, and lastly white. Mercury, for its part, does not take more than one metal with which it is amalgamated. Afterwards, that amalgam must always be vigorously pressed out by means of goat's skin or a cotton rag, of which a strip is to be inserted, by which means nothing but mercurius vivus alone will pass over. The metal which was attracted will remain on the skin or the rag like lime, and you can afterwards reduce it to a metallic body by liquefying it with salt of alkali or some other substance. By this device, mercurius vivus is separated from all the metals more quickly and conveniently than by the method of distillation. By this process with mercurius vivus, in the hands of a skilled and active alchemist, all metals can be extracted and separated one from another in turn, after their calcination and pulverization. In the same manner, with very small outlay of labor, tin, too, and lead can be separated from copper, or from copper vessels, from iron, and steel covered with tin, and this without any fire or water, solely by the amalgam of mercurius vivus, as we have said. Again, gold and silver leaf, as also every metal after being ground or pounded, and written with pen or pencil on cloth, parchment, paper, leather, wood, stone, or other material, can be resolved with mercurius vivus, but so that afterwards the mercurius vivus can again be separated and segregated from these metals. The separation of metals in aquafortis, aquaregis, and similar strong corrosives is effected in the following manner. Let the metal which is mixed and joined to another be taken and reduced into very thin plates or most minute portions. Let it be put into a separating vessel, and a sufficient quantity of common aquafortis be poured upon it. Let these stand and both be macerated until all the metal is resolved into a transparent water. If it be silver and contains gold in it, all the silver will be resolved into water, while the gold will be calcined and sink down to the bottom in the form of black sand. By this method, the two metals, gold and silver, will be separated. But if you wish to separate the silver alone without distillation, and to drive that to the bottom like black sand, and to bring it back to calcination from its state of resolution, then put into that resolution a small copper plate, and thereupon the silver will sink in the water, and occupy the bottom of the glass vessel like snow, while it will begin gradually to consume the copper plate. The separation of silver and copper by means of common aquafortis is accomplished in the following way. Reduce the copper which contains silver, or the silver which contains copper within itself, into very thin plates or into grains, put it into a glass vessel, and add as much common aquafortis as necessary. In this way, the silver will be calcined and will go to the bottom in the form of white lime, while the copper will be resolved and converted into transparent water. If this water, together with the resolved copper, be abstracted through a glass funnel from the silver calx into a separate glass vessel, then the resolved copper can be reverberated with common rain or river water, or with hot salt water, so that it will occupy the bottom of the glass vessel like sand. The separation of hidden gold from any metal is effected by the degree of extraction through aquaregis, for this water does not approach for the purpose of resolving any metal but fine gold alone. This same aquaregis also separates fine gold from gilded ctenodia If it be smeared over these, it wipes away and sunders the gold. Moreover also, two metals mixed together can be separated one from the other with a cement by the degree of reverberation, especially if they are not in a similar degree of fixation as iron and copper. A metal which has very little fixation, such as tin and lead, is altogether consumed in the cement by the degree of reverberation. The more fixed any metal is, the less is it affected or consumed by the cement. It should be known too that fine gold is the most fixed and perfect of all metals, and can be consumed by no cement. Next to this is fine silver. But if gold and silver be mixed together in one body, which is generally called part with part, or if silver contains gold or gold-silver in itself. If these mixtures, I say, be cemented and reverberated together, then the gold always remains entire and inviolate, while the silver is consumed by the cement, and is extracted from the fine gold, and so is copper from silver or iron, or tin from copper and iron, or lead from tin, and so on in order with the others. Concerning the separation of minerals. So far we have explained the separation of metals from their earth and matter, and of one metal from another, and have shown how it was to be done, using the greatest brevity consistent with accuracy, and following the alchemical art and practical experience. Now, next in order, it will be necessary also that we treat of those things out of which metals grow and are generated, such as are the three principles, mercury, sulfur, and salt, and other minerals, among which is found the first essence of metals, that is, the spirit of metals, as is evident in marchesites, granites, kachemi, red talc, lasurium, and the like. In these, the first essence of gold is found by the degree of sublimation. So too, in white marcasite, white talc, aura pigment, arsenic, litharge, etc., the first essence of silver is found. In cobalt, zinctum, etc., the first essence of iron. In zinctum, vitriol, atramentum, verdigris, etc., the first essence of copper. In zinctum, bismuth, etc., the first essence of tin. In antimony, minium, etc., the first essence of lead. In cinnabar is found the first essence of silver. Concerning this first essence, it should be known that it is a fugitive spirit, still existing in a volatile state, as a child lies hidden in the womb of its mother. It is sometimes assimilated to a liquid, sometimes to alcohol. Whoever, therefore, is anxious to have the prime essence of any body and to separate it needs great experience and knowledge of this spagyric art. Thus, so far we have explained the separation of metals from their earth and matter, and of one metal from another, and have shown how it was to be done, using the greatest brevity consistent with accuracy, and following the alchemical art and practical experience. Now, next in order, it will be necessary also that we treat of those things out of which metals grow and are generated, such as are the three principles, mercury, sulfur, and salt, and other minerals, among which is found the first essence of metals, that is, the spirit of metals, as is evident in marchesites, granites, kachemi, red talc, lasurium, and the like. In these, the first essence of gold is found by the degree of sublimation. So too, in white marcasite, white talc, aura pigment, arsenic, litharge, etc., the first essence of silver is found. In cobalt, zinctum, etc., the first essence of iron. In zinctum, vitriol, atramentum, verdigris, etc., the first essence of copper. In zinctum, bismuth, etc., the first essence of tin. In antimony, minium, etc., the first essence of lead. In cinnabar is found the first essence of silver. Concerning this first essence, it should be known that it is a fugitive spirit, still existing in a volatile state, as a child lies hidden in the womb of its mother. It is sometimes assimilated to a liquid, sometimes to alcohol. Whoever, therefore, is anxious to have the prime essence of any body and to separate it needs great experience and knowledge of the spagyric art. If he has not diligently labored in alchemy, it will avail him nothing, and his labor will be in vain. How the first essence is to be separated from all mineral bodies has been sufficiently explained in the books of the Archidoxus, and need not be repeated here. But as to the separation of minerals, it should be remarked that many things of this kind are separated by means of sublimation, as the fixed from the non-fixed, spiritual and volatile bodies from the fixed. And so throughout all the divisions, as is detailed in the case of metals. With all minerals, the process is one and the same through all the degrees, as the spagyric art teaches. Concerning the separation of vegetables, the separation of those things which grow out of the earth and are combustible, such as fruits, herbs, flowers, leaves, grasses, roots, woods, etc., is also arranged in many ways. By distillation is separated from them first the phlegma, afterwards the mercury, after this the oil, fourthly their sulfur, lastly their salt. When all these separations are made according to spagyric art, remarkable and excellent medicaments are the result, both for internal and external use. But when laziness has grown to such an extent among physicians, and all work and every pursuit are turned only to insolence, I do not wonder indeed that preparations of this kind are everywhere neglected, and that coals stand at so low a price. If smiths could do without coals for forging and fashioning metals as easily as these physicians do without them in preparing their medicines, there is no doubt that all the coal merchants would have been before now reduced to extreme beggary. In the meantime, I extol and adorn, with the eulogium rightly due to them, the spagyric physicians. These do not give themselves up to ease and idleness, strutting about with a haughty gait, dressed in silk, with rings ostentatiously displayed on their fingers, or silvered pointfords fixed on their loins, and sleek gloves on their hands. But they devote themselves diligently to their labors, sweating whole nights and days over fiery furnaces. These do not kill the time with empty talk, but find their delight in their laboratory. They are clad in leathern garments, and wear a girdle to wipe their hands upon. They put their fingers among the coals, the loot, and the dung, not into gold rings. Like blacksmiths and coal merchants, they are sooty and dirty, and do not look proudly with sleek countenance. In presence of the sick, they do not chatter and vaunt their own medicines. They perceive that the work should glorify the workman, not the workman the work, and that fine words go a very little way towards curing sick folks. Passing by all these vanities, therefore, they rejoice to be occupied at the fire and to learn the steps of alchemical knowledge. Of this class are distillation, resolution, putrefaction, extraction, calcination, reverberation, sublimation, fixation, separation, reduction, coagulation, tincture, and the like. But how all these separations are made according to spagyric and alchemical art by the help of distinct degrees has before been said generally, and to repeat the same thing here anew is vain. To go on to specialities and briefly explain the practical method, let it be known that all cannot be separated by one and the same process. That is to say, the water, spirit, liquid, oil, etc., from herbs, flowers, seeds, leaves, roots, trees, fruits, woods, according to the grade of distillation. Herbs require one process, flowers another, seeds another, leaves another, roots another, trees, stalks, and stems another, fruits another, woods another, etc. And in this grade of distillation, the 4 degrees of fire have to be considered. The first degree of fire is the Balneum Mariae. This is the distillation made in water. The second degree of fire is distillation made in ashes. The third is in sand, the fourth in free fire, as also distillation is generally made by aquafortis and other violent waters. Herbs, flowers, seeds, and the like require the first degree of fire. Leaves, fruits, etc. need the second. Roots, branches, and trunks of trees, etc. require the third. Timber and the like require the fourth. Each of these substances must be minutely cut up or pounded before being brought into the still. So much has been said as to the distillation of waters and vegetable substances. As regards the separation and distillation of oils, the same process must be followed as we have spoken of in the separation of waters, except that, for the most part, they have to be distilled by descent. They cannot, like waters, ascend in the still. Therefore, in this case, the process has to be changed. Liquids, however, are not separated like waters and oils by distillation, but are squeezed out from their corporeal substances under a press. And here it should be known that some oils, in like manner, just as liquids, are squeezed out from their corporeal substances, and separated by means of the press for this reason, that they can bear scarcely any combustion or heat of the fire, but acquire therefrom an unpleasant odor. Of this kind are the oils of almonds, nuts, hard eggs, and the like. This also is to be noted, that all oils, if they are prepared or coagulated according to spagyric and alchemical art, pour forth varnish, electuary gum, or a kind of resin, which might also be called a sulfur. And if the species left in the still were calcined and reduced to ashes, alkali could be extracted and separated from them with simple warm water alone. The ash which is left is called dead earth, nor can anything more be produced or separated from it. Concerning the separation of animals, it is necessary to preface the separation or anatomy of animals by shewing how the blood, flesh, bones, skin, intestines, etc. stand each by itself, and then how each is separated by spagyric art. In this part, the separations are principally 4. The first draws forth from the blood a watery and phlegmatic moisture. For when the blood has been separated in this manner, according to the process handed down in the book on conservations, an excellent mumia comes forth, and a specific so potent that any fresh wound can be healed and consolidated in 24 hours by a single ligature. Note, mumia is that which cures all wounds, that is, sweet mercury. For mercury is extracted both in a sweet and bitter form. The former is adapted to wounds, and the latter to ulcers. Mumia is the liquor diffused through the whole body, the limbs, etc., with the strength that is required. It is divided as follows: in flesh, according to the nature of the flesh; in bone, according to the nature of the bone; in the arteries and ligaments, according to their nature; and so also in the marrow, the veins, and the skin. Hence it follows that the mumia of the flesh cures wounds of the flesh, the mumia of the ligaments cures wounds of the ligaments, etc. Thus the body which has sustained an injury carries its own cure with it. The mumia of the aged, however, is deficient in virtue and strength. The corruption of the mumia, which is often occasioned by the mistakes of ignorant physicians, impedes the cure of wounds. The nobler the animal organism is, by so much is the mumia of the organism enhanced in power and efficacy. The medicaments which benefit wounds perform this operation by attracting the mumia to the place where its office is required. Chirurgia Minor, Book 1, Chapter 1, End. Note: the second separation is that of fat from flesh. This fatness being separated from human flesh, a most excellent balsam is produced, allaying the pains of gout, of contraction, and others of a like nature, if the members affected be anointed with it while warm. It is also useful for convulsed tendons of the hands or feet, if they are daily anointed with it. It further cures the itch and all kinds of leprosy. This, therefore, is the chief surgical specific, and the very first efficacy in all accidents and wounds. The third separation is that of the watery and phlegmatic moisture with fatness extracted from the bones. For if these two are separated from human bones by spagyric art, and according to the degree of distillation, and if, moreover, by the method of calcination they are reduced or burnt to a white ash, and if, lastly, these three be again united in the proper way, so that they are like to Balcyrus, there will be formed a wonderful arcanum and specific, with which you will be able, without pain, to entirely cure any fracture of the bones after binding them up only thrice, provided only that you treat the fracture by setting it according to the rules of surgical science, and then put on the specific in the form of a plaster. The same also thoroughly cures wounds of the skull or any contusion of the bones in the shortest possible time. The fourth and last separation is that of resins and gums from the skin, intestines, and tendons. For the resin is extracted and separated from these by the degree of extraction according to spagyric art, and when coagulated in the rays of the sun, it comes out as a clear and transparent paste. When this paste has been prepared, extracted, and separated from the human body according to the prescribed method, a most excellent styptic arcanum and specific issues forth, with which a wound or ulcer can be quickly healed and the lips brought together just as two sheets of paper are stuck together with paste, if only you apply to the wound 2 or 3 drops of that resolved substance. This arcanum too is of singular efficacy for burns and falling off or roughness of the nails, if it be spread over them with a feather. In this way the bare flesh will be covered over with a cuticle. Many other separations also of one thing or another might be recounted here, but since we have made mention of them in other places, it would be in vain idly to repeat them now. Here it is only necessary to write down that which we have not mentioned elsewhere, but at last, at the end of all earthly things, will be brought about the final separation in the third generation, on that great day whereon the Son of God shall come in his majesty and glory, and before him shall be born, not swords, chains, diadems, scepters, and treasures, or other royal jewels, with which princes, kings, and Caesars bear themselves pompously, but his cross and crown of thorns, and nails piercing his hands and feet, and the spear with which his side was wounded, and the reed and sponge on which they stretched out that which they gave him to drink, and the rods with which he was scourged and beaten. No crowd of horsemen with far-sounding drums shall accompany him, but the 4 trumpets shall be blown by the angels towards the 4 parts of the earth. And at their tremendous sound all who are among the living shall be slain, and these together with the buried dead shall immediately rise again. For a voice shall be heard, Rise, ye dead, and come to judgment. Hereupon the 12 apostles shall sit down on thrones prepared from the clouds, and shall judge the 12 families of Israel. In that place the holy angels shall separate the bad from the good, the cursed from the blessed, the goats from the sheep. Then the cursed shall be thrown down like stones and like lead, but the blessed shall fly like eagles. Then from the tribunal of God shall issue forth a voice to those standing on the left hand, Go away, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared from eternity for Satan and the devils. For I was hungry, and you did not feed me. I was thirsty, and you gave me no drink. I was sick, and a prisoner, and naked, but you did not visit me, did not set me free, did not clothe me. In a word, you were not touched with pity for me. Therefore here you shall meet with no pity. Contrariwise to those standing on the right side, it shall say thus, Come, ye blessed and elect, into the kingdom of my Father, which has from the beginning been prepared for you and for all the angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me to drink. I was a stranger, and you received me. I was naked, you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me. So will I receive you also into my Father's house, in which are the many mansions of the saints. You pitied me, and so I will pity you. When all these things are finished and done, all the elementary subjects shall return to the first matter of the elements, and shall be turned about for eternity, yet never consumed. On the contrary, all sacramental creatures shall return to the primal matter of the sacraments, that is, they shall be glorified. And in eternal joy they shall worship God their Creator from universe to universe, from eternity to eternity. Amen. Concerning the nature of things, Book 9. Concerning the signature of natural things. Note, this is Book 9, that is with reference to the books De Natura Rerum. In most editions, 7 books only are included under this heading, but the Geneva Folio, from which the translation has been made, gives 9 as above. In the other cases, the treatises on separations and signatures are regarded as independent works. There can be no doubt that the classification adopted by the Geneva Folio is correct. For in method and design, these treatises are integrally connected with the rest of the Natura of things. End note. In this book, our first business as being about to philosophize is with the signature of things, as for instance is set forth how they are signed, what signature exists, and how many signs are reckoned. Be it known, first of all, then, that signs are threefold. The first thing signed man signs, the second archeus signs, the third the stars of the supernaturals. In this way, then, only 3 signators exist, man, archeus, and the stars. Moreover, it should be remarked that the signs signed by man carry with them perfect knowledge and judgment of occult things, as well as acquaintance with their powers and hidden faculties. The signs of the stars give prophecies and presages. They point out the force of supernatural things and put forth true judgments and disclosures in geomancy, chiromancy, hydromancy, pyromancy, necromancy, astronomy, the Barillistic art, and other astral sciences. Note, among the branches of astronomy there is one which is called nigromancy. It has gained this name because it is exercised by night rather than by day. This science is everywhere and by all rejected and cursed as diabolical, yet only by those who are ignorant of it. For this science is a natural one, born of the stars. But above all, notice the property of barrels. In these are beheld the past, present, and future. Let no one be surprised at this. Because the constellation impresses the image and similitude of its influence upon the crystal and the likeness of that concerning which inquiry is made. This must take place by compulsion of the constellation, as is recorded in magic. As the splendor of the sun flows in upon the crystal, so the constellation pours it from above upon the object. Moreover, all things which exist in nature are known to the constellations, and when the stars are subject to man, he can bring them to such obedience that they favor his will. It is universally boasted concerning faith that it can accomplish many things. This is indeed not far from the truth, for Christ himself bears witness to it. And since faith is an operative principle, it is evidently nothing else but a virtue and an efficacy. For virtue works in a word, and words make the dead alive. In a similar fashion, what else is there in the stars than that by faith in nature they are conquered? And as by the word of faith the mountain is cast into the sea, know that it is owing to natural faith that by a word the stars are brought down, so that they may perform their operation according to our imagination. For he is wise who rules the stars. He is wise, I say, who can bring their virtues under his rule, for in this manner are constituted visions in glasses, mirrors, waters, and the rest, according to the quality of the power, and of the union made in conception. Explicatio totius astronomi. End note. Now, in order that we may explain all the signs as correctly and as briefly as possible, it is above all else necessary that we put forward those whereof man is the signator. When these are understood, you will more rightly attain to the others, whether natural or supernatural. For instance, it is known that Jews wear a yellow sign on their cloak or on their coat. What is this but a sign by which anybody who meets him may understand that he is a Jew? So too, the lictor is known by his party-colored tunic or armlet. So too, every magistracy decks its ministers with its own peculiar colors and adornments. The mechanic marks his work with its proper sign, so that everyone may understand who has produced it. For what purpose does the courier carry the insignia of his master or his city on his garment, except that it may be clear he is a messenger, that he serves one or another, that he comes from one place or another, and so thus procures for himself a safe passage? So too, the soldier carries a sign or symbol, black, white, green, blue, or red, that he may be distinguished from the enemy. Hence it is known that one is on the side of Caesar, or of the kings, that one is an Italian, another a Gaul, etc. These are signs which relate to rank and office, and many more of them might be enumerated. But nevertheless, since we have proposed to ourselves to describe other signs of natural and supernatural things, we will not overload our book with those signs that are foreign to our purpose. It is necessary more clearly to explain those signs which man affixes, and which lead to a knowledge not only of rank, office, or name, but also of discrimination, intelligence, age, dignity, degree. Next in order, with regard to money, it should be remembered that every coin carries its proof and sign by which it may be known how much that coin is worth, to what power it belongs, where it circulates and is passed. Here comes the German proverb, nowhere is money more acceptable than where it is struck. The same is to be understood of the customary signs which are affixed by jurors and those appointed for the purpose, after due inspection has been previously made. An instance of this is found in the cloths marked with distinguishing signs by which it may be known that on examination they have been found good and genuine. Why is a seal appended to letters except that there may be a certain force which none will dare to violate? The seal is the confirmation of the letter which gives it authority among men and in trials. A receipt without a seal is dead, useless, empty. In the same manner, by a few letters, names, or words, many things are designated, just as books which, though lettered outside with only one word, in that way signify their contents. Such, too, is the condition of the vessels and boxes in drug shops, which are all distinguished by peculiar names or labels affixed to them. If that were not done, who could distinguish one from the other among so many different waters, liquors, syrups, oils, powders, seeds, ointments, and the like? In the same way, too, the alchemist in his laboratory marks with their own proper names and labels all the waters, liquors, spirits, oils, phlegmata, crocuses, alkales, powders, and then all the different kinds of these, one by one, so that he can select from among them whatever he wants. Without this safeguard, it is impossible to remember each separately. Thus also rooms and buildings constructed by men can be signed with a number, so that the age of any of them can be at once known by the first glance at the number affixed. I determined to lay these signs before you in order that when you had mastered these, I might be more readily understood by you in the rest, and that the meaning of each might be plainer and more evident. Concerning monstrous signs in men. Many men come to the light deformed with monstrous signs. One man has a finger too many, another a finger too few, and the same may be the case with the toes. Another brings with him from the womb a distorted foot, arm, back, or other member. Another has a weak or a hunched back. So also there are born hermaphrodites, androgyni, men, that is to say, possessing both pudenda, male as well as female, and sometimes lacking both. Of monstrous signs like this I have noted many, both in males and females, all of which are to be regarded as monstrous signs of secret sins in the parents. Hence has grown up the old proverb, the more distorted, the more wicked. And again, lame limbs, lame works. These are signs of vices, and rarely denote anything good. Just as a hangman brands his sons with degrading signs, so also bad parents mark their offspring with mischievous supernatural signs, that people may be more cautious when they see the example of wicked men who carry the stigmata in their forehead or cheeks, or in defective ears, fingers, hands, eyes, or tongues. Each of these signs of infamy designates some particular vice. If there is a stigma burnt into the face of a woman, or if there be a lopping off of the ears, it, for the most part, indicates theft. Loss of fingers tells of cheating gamblers. The loss of a hand indicates violators of peace. That of 2 fingers points out perjury. The loss of an eye indicates that people engage in sharp and subtle crimes. The cutting off of the tongue designates blasphemers and calumniators. So you can recognize those who are called mamakooks, or deniers of the Christian religion, by a cross burnt into the heel of their feet, because they denied Christ their Redeemer. But let us dismiss these matters and return to the monstrous signs brought about by wicked parents. It should be known that all monstrous signs are not produced only by the progenitor, but frequently also from the stars of the human mind, which perpetually at all moments, with the fantasy, estimation, or imagination, rise and set just as in the firmament above. Hence, through fear or fright on the part of those who are pregnant, many monsters are born, or children sign with marks of monstrosity in the womb of their mother. The primary cause of these things is alarm, terror, or appetite by which the imagination is aroused. If the pregnant woman begins to imagine, then her bosom is borne round in its motion just as a superior firmament, each movement rising or setting. For, as in the case of the greater firmament, the stars of the microcosm also move by imagination, until there comes a sort of bounding, in which the stars of the imagination produce an influence and an impression on the pregnant woman, just as though one should impress a seal or stamp a piece of money. Whence those signs and birthmarks derived from the lower stars are called impressions. About these matters, many men have philosophized and tried to form from them a solid judgment without being able to do so. For these things adhere to and are impressed on the fetus in proportion as the stars of the mother press frequently or with violence on the fetus, or the desire of the mother is not satisfied. If the mother, for instance, longs for this or that kind of food and is unable to get it, the stars are, as it were, suffocated in themselves and perish. That desire abides with the unborn child throughout all its life, so that it is impossible ever to satisfy it. The same reason explains other matters too, which we must not discuss here at too great length. Concerning the astral signs in the physiognomy of man, the signs of physiognomy derive their origin from the higher stars. This science of physiognomy was held in the highest esteem by our ancestors, and among the first by the heathens, Tartars, Turks, and the rest, whose custom it is to sell men and slaves, nor was it altogether lost among Christians. Many errors, however, which had not yet been perceived by anyone, crept in with it when every fool and every clown took upon himself to judge offhand about everything. It is marvelous that these mistakes were not found out from the evil deeds and limited powers of the men themselves. Now, if anyone at this point argues against us, saying, the signs of physiognomy are from the stars, but no one has the power of compelling or urging on the stars, he does not speak amiss. Yet this difference must be noted at the outset, that the stars compel one and do not compel another. This ought to be known, who it is that can rule and coerce the stars, and also who is governed by the stars. The wise man can dominate the stars and is not subject to them. Nay, the stars are subject to the wise man and are forced to obey him, not he the stars. The stars compel and coerce the animal man, so that where they lead he must follow, just as a thief does the gallows, a robber the wheel, a fisher the fishes, a fowler the birds, and a hunter the wild beasts. What other reason is there for this, save that man does not know or estimate himself or his own powers, or reflect that he is a lesser universe, and has the whole firmament with its powers hidden within himself? Thus man is called animal and unwise, and the slave of all earthly things, when, nevertheless, he received from God in paradise the privilege of ruling over and dominating all other creatures, and not of obeying them. So it was that God created man last, when all other things had been made before him. This right was afterwards lost by the fall. Yet the wisdom of man was not made servile, nor did he lose his freedom. It is right, then, that the stars should follow him and obey him, not he the stars. And although he is the son of Saturn, and Saturn is his parent, still he can withdraw himself from them, and so conquer him that he becomes the offspring of the sun, and can thus subject himself to another planet, and make himself its son. It happens much in the same way to him as to the miner, who for a long time has hired out his labor to the master of the mines, and managed his department righteously at peril of his life. At length he holds this discourse with himself. Are you going to spend all your life underground, and endanger your body, nay, your very existence, by continuous labors? I will seek release from my master, and follow another where my life shall flow pleasantly on, where I shall have plenty of food and drink, where my garments may shine, where no work and much reward shall be given to me, and where I shall not be oppressed by the mountain overhanging me. In this way he can constitute himself Lord. Or otherwise he would remain all his life a slave and mercenary, wasting away with hard labor and scanty food. Moreover, as you may have now perceived, that man rules the stars, and can free himself from a malignant planet and subject himself to another better one, from slavery pass by virtue to freedom, and rescue himself from the prison of an evil planet. So also the animal man, who is the son of Sol, Jupiter, Venus, or Mercury, can withdraw himself from that belligerent planet and subject himself to Saturn or to Mars. This man is like one who, fleeing from a college of religions and being tired of their soft life, becomes a soldier, or in other respects a man of no esteem, who must afterwards spend all his life in pain and care. Such too is the rich man, who out of mere levity wastes all his goods unjustly, gambling, feasting, keeping evil company, until at last, when all is gone, he comes to want. And in miserable conflict with discreditable poverty, he deservedly rouses laughter and contempt in all, so that you hear even from the boys in the streets. Look at yonder worthless man, who, when he could have been master, scorned dominion, and preferred to be a slave, a beggar, a servant of servants, so that he cannot now even aspire to his dominion. It is to this that a bad star or a bad parent has led him. Had he not been foolish and wicked, he would not have left to the stars so unquestioned a dominion over himself, but he would have struggled against them. And although of himself he had not known how to fight against his stars, yet he could have turned his mind to the examples of other men, thinking thus within himself, "See how rich this man was, but by foolish and shameful enterprises he involved himself in mere poverty. Again, this or that man lived splendidly and without any great bodily labor. But though having got good food and ample pay, he was not able to bear his fair fortune. Now he has to live frugally and sordidly. In place of wine, he has to drink water, and whilst his daily labor increases, his income is diminished. How often must such a man thus address himself? What have I done? How have I thrown myself headlong down by wasting prodigally the substance I had collected and acquired? Who will restore it to me? If I could only recover what I have lost, quite another mode of life should be begun, and so I would learn wisdom from my own loss and compensate for my evil deeds by wiser counsel for the future. But it is well to know that nobody grows wise from his own loss. He who is wise has learnt wisdom from another's loss, not from his own. He who has wasted his substance once will waste it again. He who perishes once, perishes again. He who once throws the dice will throw them again. The man who has once thieved and cheated the gallows tries to steal a second time. So he thus thinks within himself, my undertaking has succeeded once and again, why should it not succeed a third and a fourth time? If God has once restored what had perished, he will restore it a second and a third time. If in my first misery I have not been deserted, I shall not be in my second or my third. All this does the animal man who is the servant and slave of the stars, who is swayed backwards and forwards by the stars like a reed in the waters. This is the reason why he has to spend his life in misery and so to die in dishonor. Who then would bear so disgraceful a slavery and not extricate himself from so squalid a prison? For by bringing to bear his own wisdom, and with the help of his star, anyone can free himself. Look at the matter thus. A fowler, relying on his own prudence, and by the assistance of his star conquering another star, has no need to pursue birds, for the birds will follow him. And though their nature rebel, they will fly together to unaccustomed places. In like manner, to the fisherman at his ease and relying on his wisdom, the fishes will swim of their own accord, so that he can catch them with his hands. The hunter, exerting his wisdom by means of his star, so collects the wild beasts that he has no need to pursue them. They pursue him, contrary to the guidance and impulse of nature, and also with other living creatures. In order to grasp these things, it must be remembered that stars are of two kinds, terrestrial and celestial. The former belong to folly, the latter to wisdom. And as there are two worlds, the lesser and the larger, and the lesser rules the larger, so also the star of the microcosm governs and subdues the celestial star. God did not create the planets and stars with the intention that they should dominate man, but that they, like other creatures, should obey him and serve him. And although the higher stars do give the inclination, and as it were sign man and other earthly bodies for the manner of their birth, yet that power and that dominion are nothing, save only a predestined mandate and office, in which there is nothing occult or abstruse remaining, but the inner force and power is put forth through the external signs. But to return to our proposition concerning the physical signs of men, know that these are twofold, like indeed in outward form, but dissimilar in power and effect. Some are from the upper stars of heaven, others from the lower stars of the microcosm. Every superior star signs according to birth up to mid-age. That signature is predestined and is not without its own peculiar force. It is attested by man's nature and condition of life. But whatever the lower star of the microcosm signs from birth has its origin from the father and the mother. As often as the mother affects by her imagination or appetite, her fear or dread, the unborn child in her body with supernatural signs by means of their own close contact. These are called mother's marks, or uterine marks. We have spoken of these before, so spare ourselves the labor of repetition, since it is our purpose to treat of physiognomical signs alone, among which we understand those signs of men, the like whereof neither the father nor the mother have borne in their body. Of this class are black or gray eyes, too small or too large, a long, crooked or sharp-pointed nose, hollows in the jaws, high cheekbones, a flat or broad nose, small or large ears, a long neck, an oblong face, a mouth large and drawn down, hair thick or fine, abundant or scanty, black, yellow, or red, etc. Of these signs, if one or more appear in a man, be sure that he will not lack the qualities signified thereby. Only you must judge them according to the rules of physiognomy, and have had experience in the art of signature, according to which you can judge a man by outward signs. Descending then to the practical portion of our subject, let us repeat a few of these signs and their signification. Black eyes not only denote a healthy constitution, but also, for the most part, a constant mind free from doubt and fear, healthy and hearty, truthful and loving virtue. Gray eyes, a sign of a crafty man, ambiguous and inconsistent. Weak eyes denote good counsels, clever and profound deliberations, and so on. Bright eyes, which turn up, down, and to both sides, denote a false, clever man who cannot be deceived, faithless, shirking work, desirous of ease, seeking to gain his livelihood in laziness by gambling, usury, impurity, theft, and the like. Small eyes, somewhat deeply sunk, indicate weak sight and often impending blindness in old age. At the same time, they denote brave men, bellicose, crafty, and adroit, factious, capable of enduring misfortune, and whose departure from life is, for the most part, of a tragic character. Large eyes denote a greedy, voracious man, especially if they project far out of the head. Eyes which are constantly winking indicate weak sight, a timid and careful man. Eyes which move quickly hither and thither, under the glance of men, indicate an amorous heart, provident and of quick invention. Eyes continually cast down show a reverential and modest man. Red eyes show a bold, brave man. Glittering eyes, which do not move readily, point out a hero, a high-minded, brave, quick man, formidable to his foes. Large ears indicate good hearing, retentive memory, attention, diligence, a healthy brain and head. Depressed ears are a bad sign. For the most part, they point out a man who is malicious, fraudulent, and unjust. They indicate bad hearing, treacherous memory, and a man who readily exposes himself to danger. A long nose, curved downwards, is a good sign. It denotes a strenuous, provident man, occult and cruel, but still just. A flat nose indicates a malignant man, false, lustful, untruthful, inconstant. A pointed nose indicates a changeable person, given to mockery. A long nose shews a man slow in business, yet of good odor. Hollow cheeks denote a talkative, contemptuous, contentious person. An oblong chin with a long face shews an irritable man, one who is slow at his work. A cleft chin shews a faithful man, officious, of abstruse and diversified speech. A man who says one thing and means another, quick at anger, yet repenting of his passion, ingenious and inventive. A large, wide mouth shews a gluttonous man, insipid, fatuous, shameless, and fearless. A small mouth indicates the contrary. Lips drawn together, when the upper is larger than the lower, shew an irritable man, pugnacious, courageous, yet for the most part of heavy, unchaste character, like a pig. Lips larger below shew a dense, stupid, slow person. Concerning the hair of the head or beard, the signs are not very plain, since experience teaches us that this can be marvelously varied according as it is black, yellow, red or white, and hoary or curled. So too, hair is rendered soft or hard according to people's wish. Hence it is that many persons, who are in other respects well skilled in physiognomical science, are woefully deceived when they rashly pass judgment from the hair, imputing to the stars what should rather be ascribed to men. Still, it cannot be denied that hair firmly fixed on the head shews good health, both of the head and of the whole body. This is why people who buy horses pluck their tails so as to judge of their soundness. So swine are judged by their bristles, fish from their fins and scales, a bird by its feathers, and so on. If the neck is unusually long, transcending the limits of nature, it denotes a careful man, prudent and attentive. Broad shoulders and back shew a man who is strong for carrying and moving things. Muscular arms also shew a man who is strong and robust in beating, thrusting, throwing, and the like. Hard hands bespeak a laborious, mercenary man. Soft hands, the contrary. A short body and long legs denote a good runner, one who is easily satisfied with food and drink, but generally a man of somewhat short life. Large and conspicuous veins in a man below mid-age signify that he is full of blood and bodily juices, but above middle age they denote a sickly man who is still, however, vivacious. With reference to manners and gesture, a man cannot be so easily known or judged from these. Experience teaches us that these can be changed every moment so as to deceive the signator and lead him to an erroneous judgment. This is what astronomers hitherto have not observed with sufficient accuracy. The signator's business is not always to look at the manners and actions, but rather at other bodily signs which are fixed, and cannot by any artifice be counterfeited or changed. For if red hair, motion of the forehead and eyebrows, frequent agitation of the mouth, strong and deliberate step, and light spirits indicate of necessity a generous, active man, or soldier, such as anyone could easily shew himself by his own activity, and so stand better when put to the proof, and command higher pay, so likewise must judgment be passed on other manners which betoken wisdom, folly, truth, falsehood, fortune, victory, and the rest. Concerning the astral science of chiromancy, note, it is a great error to suppose that chiromancy is concerned only with the hands, for it includes the significance of the lines upon the entire body. Nor is it confined to the body of man, for it deals also with the trunks of trees, and with the tracery upon the leaves of trees. Every peculiarity of line, whether in leaves or in human hands, has its special meaning. No man deserves to be called a doctor who is ignorant of chiromancy, because, for example, the presence upon the hand of those lines which are called linea rectificata indicates that the person will be likely to die of the colic, but then there are certain leaves which possess corresponding lines, and these leaves are the cure of colic. So also the linea amoris is the line of apoplexy, and this line is found in the acorns, i.e. the sweet flag, which is a medicine of apoplexy. Thus, by the same sign, nature indicates the existence of the disease and its remedy. But the physician who is ignorant of the sign is ignorant of everything. But as physiognomy is both outward and inward, so there is an internal and external chiromancy. And that which is without is an evidence of that which is within. Duo ali libri de podagraria morbis, Book 1. I have frequently indicated that chiromancy is the inventress of arts, if it be cabalistically treated. De Fato, Book 2, PRF, Endnote. Concerning the signs of chiromancy, it should be held that they arise from the higher stars of the 7 planets, and all of them ought to be learnt and judged from the 7 planets. Now, chiromancy is a science which not only inspects the hands of men, and from their lines and wrinkles makes its judgment, but moreover, it also considers all herbs, woods, flints, earths, and rivers. In a word, whatever has lines, veins, and wrinkles. But neither is this science free from its errors, which astronomers have alleged against it. For they have assigned the fingers of both hands to the planets and the principal stars, when, notwithstanding, there are on one hand only 5 fingers, but on both hands 10, while the planets are only 7 in number. How can these things be made to agree? Now, if there were 7 fingers on each hand, then it might be possible to assign a finger to each of the planets. It happens indeed very often that a man only has 7 fingers on his 2 hands, the others being lost by some accident. But still the stumps exist, and moreover, the persons were not born in this way, so this matter has no relevance here. Besides, if it did so happen that a man was born with 7 fingers, either on one hand or on both, that would be a monstrous birth not according to nature, and therefore not to be assigned to the stars. So here again, no comparison can be instituted. It would have been better then that the planets should cast lots and see which 2 ought to retire. This, however, could not be done, because the planets had neither dice nor lots up in the firmament. So one wonders who took it upon him to name the planets by name, giving the thumb to Venus, the index finger to Jupiter, the middle finger to Saturn, the ring finger or medicus to the Sun, and the little finger to Mercury. Meanwhile, Mars and the Moon were, so to say, banished. Would one be surprised, then, if in righteous indignation Mars bade his sons kill that allottor, or keep up continual strife with him? Or who would wonder if the Moon weakened his brain, or took his wits away altogether? And this is the first error which we say has been committed in chiromancy. The second mistake is this. It often happens that the original natural lines of the hands are changed by injuries or chance accidents, or become larger or smaller, or appear in other places. It is just as if a road were blocked with some obstacle, or covered by a mountain falling on it, or destroyed by an inundation. Men would make another road near it. So with the old lines of the hand, sometimes when wounds or ulcers have healed, along with the new flesh, new lines come into existence, and the old ones are altogether blotted out. In the same way, by hard work lines are obliterated, or those which were there originally enlarged. Then the same thing happens as with trees. If the growing tree puts forth many leaves, a number of them are cut off, and the tree is enlarged in size. And now let us pass on to the practical part of this science of chiromancy, and in a few words, disclose our opinion. I would have you know that, so far as relates to hands, I make no change therein, but I acquiesce with the observations and descriptions of the ancients. But in this practical chiromancy, I have undertaken to write only of those matters which the ancients have not mentioned, as concerning the chiromancy of herbs, woods, stones, and the like. And first, it should be remarked that all herbs, of whatever kind they are, belong to one and the same chiromancy. If their lines are unlike and appear greater or less in the same in others, this is through their age. We expressly avow that the chiromancy of herbs confers no other advantage beyond enabling us to know the age of any herb or root. Someone in arguing may urge and assert that no herb lasts as long as it adheres to its root can be more than 4, or at the most 5 months old, that is, reckoning from May to autumn, after which time every herb perishes and drops away from its root. To this I answer that a unique virtue exists in the root, which is the first essence and spirit of the herb, from which the herb is born and sustained to its predestined time, and so is exalted right up to the production of the seed. And this is the sign or indication that the virtue goes back again into the root, and thus the herb withers. But as long as that spirit, which is the supreme force of the herb, remains in the root, every year that herb is renewed, unless it happens that the spirit is taken away and withers along with the herb. Then for that herb, there is no renovation. The root is dead and no longer has life in it. But how that spirit is taken away with the herb from the root, or with the root from the earth, so that its virtue goes back either into the root or from the root into the earth, must not be discussed in this place. It is nature's sublime mystery, not to be put forth for the benefit of sophistical physicians, for whom such secrets are only a mockery but a cause of contempt. What we here omit we will give in the Herbari. Note, the Herbarius Thesauri, concerning the virtues of herbs, roots, and seeds, etc., will be found in the 2nd volume of the Geneva Folio. It is an incomplete treatise which discusses the virtues of black hellebore, pericaria, common salt, carduus angelicus, coral, and the magnet. The portions of this treatise to which reference is made above are apparently in the missing fragments. End note. The younger and less full of years herbs are, the more do they excel in their force and their faculties. For just as man is enervated by old age and fails in his natural powers, so also is it with herbs. But in order to know what is the chiromancy and what the age of herbs and similar bodies, long experience is required, since the number of years is not written upon them but has to be divined solely by chiromancy, as we have said. Now chiromancy supplies not numbers, not letters, not characters, only lines and veins and wrinkles as a means of reckoning the age. The older anything is, the larger and more visible are the lines exhibited, and the virtue and operation of the thing are less active. For as a disease of 1 month or 1 year is more easily cured than one of 2, 3, 4, 5 months or years, so a herb of 1 year more quickly cures this disease than one of 2 or 3 years. And on this account for old ills young herbs and those which have fewer years should be given, but for recent ailments old herbs and medicines should be administered. For if old be joined to old, the blind leads the blind, and both fall into the ditch. This is the reason why many medicines are inoperative. They are in the body and they fill the limbs, but only as mud sticks to the shoes. Hence the diseases are often doubled. Now here is a matter which up to this time has never been thought out by unskilled sophists, while by their ignorance they have lost more patients than they cured. The very first thing you physicians ought to know is that the medicine must always be younger than the disease, in order that it may get the better of it, and be stronger in expelling it. If the medicine be more powerful than the disease will be expelled as fire will be extinguished by water. If the disease be more powerful than the medicine, that medicine turns into a poison, and afterwards diseases are redoubled and made more severe. Thus, if the disease be of iron, the medicine must be steel. Steel cannot be conquered by iron. The more powerful conquers, the weaker is subdued. Although, therefore, it was no part of my original plan to write in this place anything about medicine, still, for the sake of true and genuine physicians, I could not pass by these matters in silence. Concerning mineral signs, minerals and metals, apart from fire and dry material, show their indications and signs which they've received at once from the Archeus and from the higher stars, each one telling its genus by differences of color and of earth. The mineral of gold differs from the mineral of silver, so the mineral of silver differs from the mineral of copper. The mineral of copper differs from the mineral of iron. So also that of iron from that of tin and of lead, and so with the rest. None can deny then that by means of chiromancy all minerals and metallic bodies of mines which lie hid in secret places of the earth may be known from their external signs. That is the chiromancy of mines, veins, and lodes, by which not only those things which are hidden within are brought forth, but also the exact depth and richness of the mine and yield of metal are made manifest. Now, in this chiromancy, 3 things are necessary to be known: the age, depth, and breadth of the veins, as was said just now in the case of herbs. For the older its veins, the richer and more abundant in metals is the mine. On this subject, one would reason that all metals, so long as they remain in their matrix, so long do they continually increase. Whence this too is clear that any growing thing, even when placed outside its matrix, cannot grow less, but is thereupon increased, that is, multiplied, and goes on growing in substance measure, and wait up to its predestined time. This predestined time is a third part of the destined age of all minerals, vegetables, and animals, which are the three chief genera of all terrestrial things. That which is still in its matrix grows until the matrix itself dies. For there is a predestined period of living and dying even for the matrix, provided only it be subjected to the external elements. That which is not so subjected has no period, no terminus, other than the elements themselves have, together with which, at the last day, which is the end of those elements, it will perish. Hence it follows that all things which are below the earth are in the least possible degree subjected to the elements. For they feel neither heat nor cold, moisture nor drought, wind nor air, by which they may be destroyed. Bodies so situated, therefore, cannot decay, nor do they gather rust and corruption, nor perish, so long as they remain below the earth in their own chaos. This relates so far to metals and stones, but it applies also to men, many of whom have supported themselves for 100 years in mountain caves, as did the giants and the pygmies, concerning each of which I have written a book. Note, men of abnormal height, who, however, are naturally begotten, are distinguished by Paracelsus from another genus of giants who belong to a wholly different order of existence. Concerning the generation of giants and dwarfs, it is to be understood that giants are born of sylphs and dwarfs of pygmies. These beget various monsters, and it should be noted that both giants and dwarfs are possessed of remarkable strength. They are not a lusus naturae, but are the product of a singular counsel and admonition of God. They deserve consideration on account of the great achievements they accomplish. Moreover, being monsters produced in a singular manner by God, they finish without offspring as to body and blood. Their parents have not the same kind of soul as themselves. They are the offspring of animal men, and hence follows that they have derived no souls from their parents, although they have performed many great deeds, have studied the truth, and have accomplished many other things, from which the possession of a soul might be argued. God, had he so willed, could have endowed these creatures with souls, as is shewn by the union of man with God and of the nymphs with man. Whatsoever good deeds they may perform, they are not on that account partakers of salvation. While it is impossible to give a clear account of the way in which such monsters originate, it may be compared to the generation of erratic stars and comets in the firmament. And it is actually the result of a bizarre conjunction in the firmament of the microcosm. Pygmies, like other creatures of this kind, that is, like nymphs, sylphs, and salamanders, are not of the generation of Adam, though they bear the likeness of men, but are equally diverse from humanity and from all animals. Pygmies and etni are regarded as spirits, and not such creatures as they appear. But it should be understood that they are what they seem to be, namely, beings of flesh and blood. At the same time, they are as agile and swift as a spirit. They know all future, present, and past things, which are not present to the eyes themselves, but are hidden. Herein they serve man by revelations, premonitions, etc. They have reason in common, with man save only the soul. They have the knowledge and the reason of spirits, if we accept those things which pertain to the nature of God. Endowed with such great, the gnomes have a class and are therefore sealable, de pygmae et salamandris. The powers they command allow them to make experiments and to believe about him. Wherefore God hath produced them, that man may learn from his acquaintance with them what great things God works in those creatures. Gnomes, i.e. pygmies, are like unto men, but of stunted stature. They are about half the size of man, or a little taller. The devil at times enters into gnomes and ministers unto them. If the gnomes have once bound themselves to our service, they abide by their bargain, but they require to be served in turn, and those things ought to be given to them which they request. If the pacts into which we enter with them are fulfilled on our part, they remain sure, constant, and faithful in their office, especially in obtaining money. For the gnomes abound in money, which they coin themselves. You must understand this as follows. The spirit has whatsoever it wishes, for if a gnome desires a certain sum of money, he obtains it and has it. In this manner they give money to many men inhabiting the mountains to persuade them to go away again. The lot of man is very hard. To hope or to wish will profit him nothing, and he must work for all he wants. But the gnomes have whatever they seek without any labor in getting or preparing it. Concerning their day and night, their sleeping and waking hours, the case is exactly the same with them as with men. Moreover, they have a sun and a firmament no less than we have, that is, the gnomes have the earth, which is their chaos. This is to them only as our atmosphere. It is not as earth to them, in our sense. Hence it follows that they see through the earth, just as we do through the air. And the sun shines for them through the earth as it does for us through the air. For they have the sun, the moon, and the whole firmament before their eyes, even as we have men. The gnomes dwell in the mountain chaos in which they construct their dwellings. Hence it is that very often arches, caves, and other similar constructions are found in the earth, about a cubit in height, the work of these men, and their habitation. The gnomes pass through solid rocks or walls like spirits, for all those things are to them chaos, that is, nothing. The more crass the chaos, the more subtle is the creature, and vice versa. The gnomes have a crass chaos and are therefore subtle, de pygmae et salamandris. End note. In pursuit of our present purpose, then, I pass on to a very brief practical exposition concerning the chiromancy of minds. The deeper and broader the veins are, the older they may be known to be. When the tracks of the veins are stretched to a very long distance and then gape, it is a bad sign. For as the courses of the veins gape, so the minds themselves gape, which fact they indicate by their depth. Although sometimes good minds are found with a very deep descent, they for the most part vanish more and more, so that they cannot be worked without great expenditure of toil. But where those veins are increased by other accessory ones, or in any other way are frequently cut off, that is a fortunate sign, indicating that the minds are good not only on the surface, but that they increase in depth and are multiplied, so that they are rendered rich minds and yield most ample treasure. It is not altogether beside the subject that many metallurgists praise those minds whose course is straight down, and which verge from east to west. But then reasoning and experience in the minds themselves also teach us that very often veins which stretch from west to east or from south to north or contrariwise from north to south abound in metal no less than others. No one vein then is to be preferred before another, nor is there any need of further discussion on this point. Then, with regard to those signs which concern the colors of minerals and inner earth, one may dispose of them briefly. When miners come upon clay soil, from which issues a vein of pure and fresh metal, that is a very good sign, indicating that the metal of which this is a vein is now not far off. In like manner, if the earth which is dug out lacks metal indeed, but is fat and of a white, black, clayey, red, green, or blue color, then that too is a favorable sign of good metal lying hid there. Then the work which has been begun should be briskly carried on, and no pause be made in the digging. Metallurgists especially regard brilliant, glittering, and primary colors, as are green earth or chrysocolla, copper green, lasurium, cinnabar, sandarac, ori pigment, litharge of gold and silver, etc. Nearly every one of these points out some special metal and mineral. Copper green, chrysocolla, and green earth indicate generally copper. So too, lasurium or white arsenic or litharge of silver mark copper metal. So cinnabar and sandaracha point out sometimes gold, sometimes silver, or the two together in combination. In the same way, aura pigment, red sulfur, or litharge of gold for the most part portend gold. So too, when chrysocolla with lasurium, or lasurium with chrysocolla and aura pigment are found mixed and combined, excellent and rich minerals are generally indicated. When stones and earths of a ferruginous color are seen, they certainly designate iron mineral. It should be remarked that it sometimes happens the arceus of the earth occasionally thrusts forth, and, as it were, eructates from the lower earth some metal or other through a hidden burrow. That is a good sign when it appears. Diggers therefore should not relax their labors in face of such a sure and remarkable hope of hidden metal. If, moreover, slight metallic foliage, like talc, adheres to the stones or rocks, it is a sure and a good sign. Then as to coruscations, these should be carefully and closely watched. There are most certain signs that lodes of some particular metal exist, also of their extent, and of that special kind of metal. Here too it should be remarked that metals of this kind have not yet come to perfect maturity but are still in their first essence. In whichever direction the coruscation extends, in that direction also extends the metallic lode. Then too it must be known that the coruscation is threefold in color, as for instance white, yellow, and red, for example, like white luna. In this way, all the metals which they indicate to us are recognized. A white coruscation points out white metals, such as tin, lead, silver. A red coruscation denotes red metals, like copper and iron. A yellow coruscation reveals golden metals. Add to this that a slight and subtle coruscation constitutes the best sign. It is just as you see in the case of trees, where there are fewer flowers, you get better fruit. So too, small and subtle coruscations indicate subtle and excellent metals, and vice versa. In addition to this, it should be known that so long as these effulgences appear, be they great or small, of this color or of that, the metal is not yet perfect and matured in its ore, but still exists in its first essence, like the man's sperm in the matrix of the woman. Now let us explain what this coruscation is. It appears sometimes during the night in mines like scintillating fire, just as gunpowder, scattered in a long train, and when lighted at one end, exhibits a protracted fire. In the same way, this coruscation or scintillation is born along its own track, sometimes from east to west, or contrariwise from west to east, from south to north, or vice versa. And so a straight line drawn from any hour or part of the mountain map towards the nearest hour opposite divides into two parts the map which is marked off into 24 hours or parts. All these coruscations, whenever they appear, afford most reliable indications of metallic loads, so that from them may be recognized the metals too, as certain gifts of God coming out of the earth. For whatever God has created for the use of men, that he has put in man's hands as a property, so that it should not remain hidden. And although he has created it hidden, yet he has added these particular outward signs leading to investigation. Here his marvelous predestination ought to be recognized. Just in the same way, men themselves, if they bury treasure, mark the place by the addition of some sure signs. They bury them at landmarks or statues or fountains or some other object, so that if need be, they themselves can find them again and dig them up. The old Chaldeans and Greeks, if in time of war they feared siege and exile, buried their treasures and only marked the place by proposing to themselves a certain fixed day, hour, and minute of the year. They waited until the sun or the moon cast a shadow there, and in that spot they hid or buried their treasures. This art they called sciomancy, or the art of shadows. From these studies of shadows, many arts arose, and many occult matters were revealed, as, for example, the methods by which all spirits and sidereal bodies might be distinguished. These are the infallible Kabbalistical signs and should be carefully watched. You must take particular care, however, not to let yourselves be beguiled by divinations obtained through uncertain arts. These are vain and misleading, and among the first of them are the divining rods, which have deceived many miners. Note, elsewhere, Paracelsus says that it is faith which turns and directs the divinatory rod in the hand. De Origine Morborum Invisibilium, Book 1 end. Note. If they once point out rightly, they deceive 10 or 20 times. In like manner, no confidence should be placed in other deceitful signs of the devil, which appear by night or at unseasonable times out of the way of nature, such as are specters, visions, and the like. Be sure that the devil gives these signs merely from fraud and with intent to trick you. No temple is ever built where the devil does not have his chapel. No chapel where he has not his altar. Good seed is never sown, but he sows tares along with it. That is the meaning of visions and supernatural apparitions, the same in all, be it in crystals, mirrors, waters, or the like. The ceremonial necromancers have foully abused the commandment of God and the light of nature itself in this way. Visions, however, are not altogether to be rejected. They have their place, but only when produced by a different method. We are now no longer living in the first, but in the second generation. By us Christians, then, in our regenerate state, ceremonies and conjurations are no longer to be used as the ancients used them in the Old Testament, for these people were living in the first generation. These men were foreshadowings for us who are to live under the New Testament. Whatever, therefore, the ancients, under the Old Testament or the first generation, accomplished by means of ceremonies and conjurations. All these things, we Christians who belong to the second generation and live under the New Testament ought to obtain by prayer. That is, we should seek it in faith by praying, supplicating, and asking. In these three primary points consists the whole foundation of the regional and Kabbalistical science by which we can gain all we desire, so that to us as Christians nothing shall be impossible. Having written, however, much about this in the book on visions and other Kabbalistical institutions, I forbear to repeat it here. Note, natural sleep is the rest of the body, which recuperates its wasted energies. Now the day pertains to bodies, night to spirits. Bodies work in the day, spirits at night. The sleep of the body is the waking time of the spirit, for the two cannot operate together, being contraries, and mutually incompatible things. Whatsoever is done by the body during sleep is really performed by the spirit. For some speak and give answers in their sleep, some are called by name, but all this is done by the spirit governing the body. Hence it happens that if such a man be arised and walks therein, wakes up because the spirit in him is terrified by being called by the name of the man. For spirits are no less terrified by the voice of a man than are men by the voice of a spirit. The man in baptism receives a name, but not so the spirit. Therefore the spirit is terrified when the man is called. Hence sleepwalkers should by no means be left alone in their rooms, and this is especially the case with those who are afflicted by the sage, i.e. divinatory spirits. Because it is of great importance that such persons should be addressed by name, for thus all nocturnal divining spirits, and all formidable specters, and all waking visions, are driven away and dispelled. But it should be noted that all men promiscuously who talk in their sleep are not thus to be invoked or shouted at, because they may be in communion with a spirit whose voice is not heard. For although the spirit voice may be much clearer than that of humanity, it is not audible commonly by humanity, for the material ear can be, and is, closed by the power of such an intelligence, as is well known to those who divine by nigromancy by means of the spirits of the air, who are intermediate spirits, neither precisely good nor evil. No man holding such a conversation should be disturbed, so long as his accents are cheerful. But if he answers with trembling, fear, and consternation, this is a sign of a bad apparition, and such a person ought to be awakened by shouting. Such conversations are not, however, always conducted with the bodily organs of voice on the part of the sleeper, but also with those of the spirit, in which case there is no audible sound. And this last kind of speech is not only more frequent, but of greater importance. It was profoundly investigated by the ancient Magi, who by this means could extract from the spirits of the departed a knowledge of those secrets which they had concealed from the whole world while they yet lived in the body. In this way they became acquainted with the mysteries of alchemy, astronomy, astrology, medicine, theology, etc., namely, by direct communication of their spirits with the spirits of those who had professed these sciences on earth. In order to acquire the arcane method of communication with such intelligences, the first requisite is to implore by faith the mercy of God in the matter. Though we must also with faith make an image of that man with whom we desire to communicate. On the body of such image, the name of the man must be written, and also the question to be asked. Put this image at night under your head and sleep upon it. That man himself will then appear to you spiritually and will answer your questions, teaching you whatever he can. There is, however, a more certain and better manner. This dispenses with the image and has recourse only to faith and imagination. No danger attaches to this experiment, but it requires great confidence in the validity of the operation. I have several times had practical evidence of its truth. De Philosophia, Tract 5, end note. See how wonderfully in his love for us, Christ, the Son of God, works in us, faithful Christians, by means of his angels, and how fraternally he associates with us. We are very angels and members of Christ, since he is our head, that is, he lives in us, that so we may live in him, as is handed down in the books on the Lord's Supper. Note, a work of Paracelsus entitled De Sine Domini exists in the Harleian collection among the MSS of the British Museum. It is numbered 508 and is a large volume, very legibly written. No printed copy is known to the present editor, end note, but to return to our subject of mineral signs, and especially to the coruscations from metallic veins. Know that as all metals which are still in their first essence exhibit their coruscations, that is, their signs, so also the tincture of the philosophers, which transmutes all imperfect metals into good silver or gold, white metals into silver, red into gold, removes all these particular signs such as coruscations if it be astrally perfected and prepared. For as soon as ever a little morsel of it is thrown into the fused metal so that the two meet in the fire, a natural coruscation or brightness arises, just as fine gold or silver flashes in the vieti or vessel, which is a sign that this gold or silver is free and purified from all admixture of other metals. But how our philosophic tincture is rendered astral is a thing that ought to be learnt. Every metal, so long as it lies hid in its first essence, has its own peculiar science. Gold has the stars of the sun, silver the stars of the moon, copper the stars of Venus, iron the stars of Mars, tin the stars of Jupiter, lead the stars of Saturn, quicksilver the stars of Mercury. As soon, however, as they have come to their perfection and are coagulated into a fixed metallic body, their stars withdraw from every one of these and leave their body dead. Hence it follows that all the bodies alike are dead and inefficacious, and that the unconquered star of the metals subdues all of them, converts them into its own nature, and so makes them all astral. For this reason, our gold and silver, which are tinged and prepared with our tincture, are much more noble and more excellent for the composition of medicinal arcana than that gold itself which nature generates in mines, and afterwards segregates from other metals. So also corporal mercurius, made astrally from another metal, is much nobler and more fixed than common mercury. In the same way, you may judge of other metals. I assert, therefore, that every alchemist who has the star of gold turns all red metals into gold by tinging them. So by the star of silver, all white metals are turned into silver. By the star of copper, into copper. By the star of quicksilver, into corporal mercury. And so with the others. How all these stars are prepared by spagyric art, it is no part of our present purpose to declare. The explanation belongs to the book on the transmutation of metals. So far as relates to the true signs of these, I would have you know that our red tincture, which contains within itself the stars of gold, is of a substance fixed above all consistency, of most rapid penetration, and deepest redness, its powder recalling the color of the saffron, and its entire body that of the ruby. Its tincture is fusible as resin, clear as crystal, brittle as glass, but very heavy in weight. The white tincture, which contains the stars of Luna, is in the same way a fixed substance of changeless increment, of consummate whiteness, fluid as resin, clear as crystal, brittle as glass, in weight like the adamant. The star of copper is of supreme citrine color, like emerald, fusible as resin, and much heavier than its own metal. The star of tin is white flowing as resin, somewhat dark, and suffused with a clay-like color. The star of iron is of remarkable redness, clear as granatum, fusible as resin, brittle as glass, of fixed substance, and much heavier than its own metal. The star of lead is like cobalt, black but transparent, fluid as resin, brittle as glass, equal to gold in weight, heavier than other lead. The star of quicksilver is of a white, glittering color, like snow in a deep frost, very subtle, penetrating, and of corrosive sharpness, clear, like crystal, easily melted as resin, very cold to the touch, but extremely warm within the fire, volatile, moreover, and of a substance which easily flies before fire. From this description you will know the stars of the metals, and you will understand that for the preparation of either tincture, the red, or the white, you must take it first, not the body of gold or of Luna, but the first essence of gold or of Luna. If a mistake is made at the outset, all the subsequent work and labor will be thrown away. Moreover, this fact applies to metals, that each of them in the fire puts forth some peculiar sign by which it can be recognized. Among these are sparks, flames, brightness, colors of the fire, smell, taste, etc. For instance, in the reverberation of gold or silver, the genuine sign is a brightness above the vessel or viati. When this appears, it is certain that the lead and other accessory metals have disappeared in the fumes, and so the gold and silver are thoroughly purified. Iron, which is completely fused in the furnace, sends forth limpid, clear sparks, which rise to a height. As soon as these appear, unless the iron be at once removed from the fire, it will be burned up like straw. In the same way, every earthly body exhibits its own peculiar and distinct signs in the fire, whether it has any mercury, sulfur, or salt, and of which of these three principles it has most. If it smokes before it bursts into flame, it is a sign that it contains more mercury than sulfur. If, on the other hand, it burns with a flame and blazes forth without any smoke, it is a sign that a good deal of sulfur, and no mercury, or very little, lies hidden within it. This you see take place with fatty substances, as with fat itself, oil, resin, and the like. But if without any flame nothing goes forth through the fumes, it is a sign that much mercury and very little sulfur exists therein. This you see take place with herbs, flowers, and the like, and also with other vegetable substances and volatile bodies, such as minerals and metals, as yet in their first essence, and not yet mixed with corporeal sulfur. These send forth only smoke, and no flame. Minerals and metals which in the fire emit neither fume nor flame, that is, neither smoke nor blaze, show an equal mixture of mercury and sulfur, and a fixity and perfection beyond all consistency. Concerning certain particular signs of natural and supernatural things, we must now, in due course, speak of some peculiar signs concerning which nothing up to this time has been handed down. In this treatise it will be very necessary that you who boast your skill in the science of signatures, who also wish to be yourselves called signators, should rightly understand what we say. In this place we are not going to speak theoretically, but practically, and we will put forth our opinion comprised in the fewest possible words for your comprehension. First of all, know that the signatory art teaches how to give true and genuine names to all things. All of these Adam, the protoplast, truly and entirely understood. So it was that after the creation, he gave its own proper name to everything, to animals, trees, roots, stones, minerals, metals, waters, and the like, as well as to other fruits of the earth, of the water, of the air, and of the fire. Whatever names he imposed upon these were ratified and confirmed by God. Now, these names were based upon a predestinated knowledge, that is to say, the signatorial art. Adam is the first signator. Indeed, it cannot be denied that genuine names flow forth from the Hebrew language too, and are bestowed upon each thing according to its nature and condition. The names which are given in the Hebrew tongue indicate by their mere bestowal the virtue, power, and property of the very thing to which they belong. So when we say this is a pig, a horse, a cow, a bear, a dog, a fox, a sheep, etc., the name of a pig indicates a foul and impure animal. A horse indicates a strong and patient animal. A cow, a voracious and insatiable one. A bear, a strong, victorious, and untamed animal. A fox, a crafty and cunning animal. A dog, one faithless in its nature. A sheep, one that is placid and useful, hurting no one. Hence it happens that sometimes a man is called the pig on account of his sordid and piggish life. A horse, on account of his endurance, for which he is remarkable beyond all else. A cow, because he is never tired of eating and drinking, and his stomach knows no moderation. A bear, because he is bigger and stronger than other people. A fox, because he is versatile and cunning, accommodating himself to all, and not easily offending anybody. A dog, because he is not faithful to anything beyond his own mouth, and shows himself unaccommodating and faithless to all. Or a sheep, because he hurts nobody but himself, and is of more use to anyone else than to himself. In the same way, many herbs and roots have obtained their names. So the euphrasia or herba ocularis is thus called because it cures ailing eyes. The sanguinary herb is thus named because it is better than all others to stop bleeding. The scrofulary, chelidonium, minus is so called because it cures the piles better than any other herb. And so with many other herbs, of which I could cite a vast number, all of which were named on account of their virtue and faculty, as I have shown more at length in my herbar. Then again, many herbs and roots got their names, not from any one inborn virtue and faculty, but also from their figure, form, and appearance, as the morsus diaboli, penniphilum, sanoglossum, ophioglossum, hippurus, hepatica, buglossum, dentaria, calcatrippa, consolida regalis, perforata, satyrion, or orchis, victorialis, siderica, petfoliata, prunella, heliotrope, and many others which need not be recounted here, but separately in the herbar. The same is true as to the signs of animal matters, because in like manner, from the blood and its circulation, from the urine and the circulation thereof, all diseases which lie hid in men are recognized. From the liver of a slaughtered animal, all its flesh can be judged whether it is fit for food or not. For if the liver be not clear and of a red color, but livid and yellow, rough and perforated, it is inferred that the animal was sick, and that on this account its flesh is unwholesome. It is no marvel that the liver indicates this by natural signs. The origin of the blood is in the liver, and hence it flows forth through the veins over the whole body, and is coagulated in the flesh. For this reason, from a sickly and ill-affected liver, no healthy and fresh blood can be produced, just as from morbid blood no wholesome flesh can be coagulated. But nevertheless, even without the liver, the flesh, as well as the blood can be distinguished. If both are sound, they have their true and natural color, which is purple and bright, with no extraneous color, such as yellow or livid. These extraneous colors always indicate sickness and disease, but moreover, there are other signs which are worthy of our wonder when, for example, the archeus is the signator and signifies on the umbilical cord of the fetus by means of knots, from which it can be told how many children the mother has had or will have. The same signator signs the horns of the stag with branches by which its age is known. As many branches as the horns have, so many years old is the stag. Since there is an addition of a new branch to the horn every year, the age of the stag can be set down as 20 or 30 years. So too, the signator marks the horns of the cow with circles from which it is known how many calves she has borne. Every circle indicates one calf. The same signator thrusts out the first teeth of the horse, so that for the first 7 years its age can be certainly known from its teeth. When the horse is first born, it has 14 teeth, of which it sheds 2 every year, so in 7 years all of them fall out. For this reason, a horse more than 7 years old can only be judged by one who is very skilled and practiced. The same signator marks the beak and talons of a bird with particular signs, so that every practiced fowler can judge its age from these. The same signator marks the tongues of pigs with blisters by which their impurity can be known. If the tongue is foul, so is the whole body. The The same signature marks the clouds with different colors, whereby the tempests of the sky can be prognosticated. So also he signs the circle of the moon with distinct colors, each one of which has its own special interpretation. Redness generally indicates coming wind. Greenness, or blackness, rain. The two mixed, wind with rain. At sea, this is a sign which generally portends tempests and storms. Brightness and clear whiteness are a good sign, especially on the ocean. For the most part, they presage quiet and serene weather. So far, we have confined our remarks to natural signs. With regard to supernatural signs, this is a matter of special science and experience, as magical astronomy and the like. Note whatsoever nature generates is formed according to the essence of the virtues, which is to be understood as follows. According to the soul, the property, and the nature of any man, the body is constituted. For this proverb is often quoted, the more distorted, the more wicked. Adam was originally created in such a manner that he was without inherent vice of body or soul. But when he distinguished between good and evil, nature then commenced to mark each person according to his constitution. Adam was well-pleasing to God before he knew good and evil, but afterwards God repented having made man. Man was therefore made subject to the rule of nature, so that nature treats him even as a flower of the field which she marks, and so makes recognizable to all. Man also is marked like a flower of the field, so that one person can be discerned from another, after the same way that flowers and all growing things are distinguished each from each. And since there is nothing hidden in man but must be revealed, this must be made known by three different methods, either by the signs of nature, or the proper mark, or by the judgment of God. Omitting the two latter, I will speak of the first, that is to say, the signs which are exhibited by nature. It is, whatsoever nature generates is formed according to the essence of the virtues, which is to be understood as follows. According to the soul, the property, and the nature of any man, the body is constituted. For this proverb is often quoted, the more distorted, the more wicked. Adam was originally created in such a manner that he was without inherent vice of body or soul. But when he distinguished between good and evil, nature then commenced to mark each person according to his constitution. Adam was well-pleasing to God before he knew good and evil, but afterwards God repented having made man. Man was therefore made subject to the rule of nature, so that nature treats him even as a flower of the field which she marks, and so makes recognizable to all. Man also is marked like a flower of the field, so that one person can be discerned from another, after the same way that flowers and all growing things are distinguished each from each. And since there is nothing hidden in man but must be revealed, this must be made known by three different methods, either by the signs of nature, or the proper mark, or by the judgment of God. Omitting the two latter, I will speak of the first, that is to say, the signs which are exhibited by nature. It is known to all that if a seed be cast into the earth and concealed therein, the latent nature of that seed, at the proper time, manifested above the earth, and anyone may see clearly what manner of seed has lain in that place. It is the same with the heart, core, and seed of man. Out of that seed nature produces a body, so that anyone can see what kind of heart has been there. And although there be a great difference between herbs or trees and men, yet art in man sufficiently demonstrates and proves those things. We men in this world explore all things which lie hidden in the mountains by means of traces and external signs. For we investigate the properties of all herbs and stones by their sign, signum signatum. Similarly, nothing can lie hidden in man which is not outwardly marked on him, for, as the physician has his own knowledge, so also the astronomer explores from the signed far signato. So now there are three things by which the nature of man and of everything that grows is revealed. Chiromancy, which concerns the extremities, as for example the hands, the feet, the veins, the lines, and the wrinkles. Physiognomy, which regards the constitution of the face and the parts belonging to the head. Proportion, which considers the condition of the whole body. These three should be combined. According to these three, every created thing can be recognized. By the physician, that is to say, the remedy. By the astronomer, that is the man. And by the metallurgist, that is the metal. Such is the condition of the mother which manifests that which is latent in anything. He who is incapable of understanding these three things can be in no sense a natural philosopher, astronomer, or doctor, or know anything of the arcana and mysteries of nature. The foundation is in this, that all things have seed, and in seed all things are contained. For nature first fabricates a form, and afterwards she produces and manifests the essence of the thing. Explicitio totius astronomia.end note. Now here it is most necessary to have certain knowledge. Hence proceed many arts, such as geomancy, pyromancy, hydromancy, cheomancy, and necromancy, each of which has its own particular stars, and these stars sign in a supernatural manner. Note, the Liber Philosophiae, in a treatise de arte persaga, regards the varieties of sortilege discussed in this book from a totally different standpoint. The four arts of geomancy, hydromancy, pyromancy, and necromancy are thus noticed. Spirits which are normally unable to communicate visibly with men have by lying arts invaded their imagination, and have raised up therein geomancy, pyromancy, hydromancy, and necromancy, arts not invented from the light of nature or of men, but instilled by spirits, who, by their frauds, after they had described some one or other discoverer suitable for their purposes, then added fitting disciples to these, namely, cultivators and admirers of the said arts. The first discoverers were obsessed by the devil, and sought out through his power and instigation arts of this kind. There are some indeed who, hiding the matter, affirm that they have been revealed from God, but they are deceived, for God is not the author and teacher of inquiries into the future by means of such devices. He in no wise created us that we might devote ourselves to the investigation of what is to come, but ordered rather that, directing his attention to his commandments, we should seek out the knowledge of himself and his manifest will. It is therefore a false pretense that these arts proceed from God when they emanate from spirits alone. It is indeed true that the spirits extracted them from God, not from the devil. But we on the earth derive them from spirits, not from God. Now, communication with such spirits is forbidden, though they themselves neglect the mandate. It is equally forbidden to the spirits to teach these arts, but here also they pay no attention to the command. And this is the reason why they are silent and tell lies when it is least becoming to do so. Thus, in order that man may act disobediently towards God and plunge into superstitions, they have devised the four above-mentioned methods for inquiring into the future. Geomancy is the art of points, having 16 signs and figures which they have arranged according to their property. To these they added translations, cuirasseur, form, points, and similar things, and have taught the erection of the whole figure, fixing certain rules by which each figure could be understood, each recognized in its own locus with a sufficient and necessary interpretation. The method is as follows. They guide the hand and mark the points until a judgment is made concerning the proposed matter. But the spirits know exactly how many points are required to make a figure which will explain the matter. If their direction be right, the figure also is correct and valid. For example, suppose I ask who is standing at the door and what kind of tunic does he wear. Take the 7 colors, to each of which attribute a geomantic sign, and consult that figure. Then whatever sign falls indicates the color. Now, if I knew what color it were, but you did not know, I might so direct your hand, forming certain points in one line, that by obliterating or wiping off, there would remain the color red. And supposing the tunic itself was red, then you would reply rightly, it is a red tunic. But I knew that before, and directed your hand to these points. The spirits do likewise with all the figures, and since they know all things, it is easy for them to describe the figures and to guide your hand. Every rhombus is described by guiding the hand. In this manner, geomancy is constituted. Moreover, many superstitions are added thereto by men to augment it, as, for example, that it should be performed when the sky is clear and serene, or in the quiet and silence of night. Also, that you should not operate for your own purposes. Again, that you should say such and such a prayer at the beginning, and commence under good auspices, etc. All these are human superstitions. For, not knowing the foundation on which the art depends, they increase it, but it is as much an art as a superstition. Geomantia, as it was called at first, is so constituted that the ascendant is twofold, natural and of spirits. For the natural has its art, namely astronomy. The spirit has its pyromancy. Accordingly, if a nativity be constituted out of the stars, it is astronomically erected. If it be made according to spirits, it is pyromancy. But pyromancy consists in the spirit being connected with the ascendant, and it leads the infant, for example, into whoredom, thefts, lies. And as the art comes forward and succeeds, the spirit suggests to astronomers that if a conjunction of this or that star takes place, say this or that event will take place, not because nature herself will accomplish such things, but I myself will see to it, and being everywhere will bring about such and such effects. But as no one can trace my actions, they will be imputed to the stars or the elements. Hence it comes to pass that people pay more attention to the stars than to God. This is an astute feat of the devil. It is the spirits who cause the astronomical and other predictions to be fulfilled, that the credit of the art may be sustained, so that men may be involved in errors and loss, while intent on vain fantasies. They forget the true God. Their devices are favored by their dupes, for in the case of 20 prophecies, if only one be fulfilled, they will never cease from inquiring till the other 19 lies have been fulfilled also. Meanwhile, they are so deluded by the spirits themselves that they cannot arrive at the true fundamentum. For it is the property of spirits to lie. We have finished then with the foundation so far as they are concerned. Now one thing is wanting, now another. Now the fault lies with the house. Now with the exaltation, etc. In this discipline men have labored for many thousands of years, nor have yet discovered the truth, which, indeed, is impossible to find, as the whole foundation is on falsehood. We now see for what reason astronomy is called pyromancy, when the operation proceeds pyromantically. The same spirits make their way into the third element, that is, water. For geomancy has been named from the earth, as if it arose from the nature of the earth, nor without reason, for the earth also has its own heaven or stars, but the spirits who are pyromantically recognized have devised them. Similarly, in the element of water there is a star wherein the pyromantic spirits dwell who have instituted pyromancy, chiefly in the times of the Greeks, who, being easily led into all manner of delusions, promptly subjected themselves to the spirits. Pyromancy is an art consisting of signs and figures harmonizing with the universal figure of the heaven. The process is as follows. Take a basin full of water, which is set down, and notice the direction of the wavy movements as the water quiets down. Notice also the tremor, the rest, and the bubbles. These four give 4 figures, and the figures give 12. Near the figures, rules and such things are found. Now the spirit moves the bubbles, originates the shaking, the rest, the calm, according to the necessity of the sign, so that there may result a figure which indicates what is desired. Those, therefore, who have well-disposed spirits, to whom few things are forbidden, make good sorcerers in the art. On the other hand, a bad sorcerer has a mute and mendacious spirit. Among spirits, one may be more mute and lying than another. When, therefore, one sorcerer is said to be more certain than another, it does not follow that he has greater skill, for he may possess a more reliable spirit. Now the spirits delight by means of vexing and deluding men to cause them to hate one another, and this, indeed, is their first object. Were the foundation of this art more closely investigated by men, it would be seen that it was a hoax of the spirits. Yet, even if men arrived at perfection in this art, what solid advantage would it confer on them but a futile prediction and a pretext for wasting time? Suppose I desire to marry and consult an omen as to the result. Even if I get an answer, I shall be uncertain of its truth. It is just as likely to speak falsely as truly. But if the prediction be fulfilled, it may be by the devil's arrangement. In any case, how will it help me? If I escape this evil, it will take shape in another way. Consequently, no faith can be placed in these arts. In addition to the methods which have been already mentioned, there's necromancy, which is the art of the air. And although others define differently what is meant by necro, this is genuine, that it is the art of shades, for shades only are in the air, and these things are known by the shades. Some people at night see figures in the air, as in heaven sometimes figures appear which have a certain signification. This is necromancy. Men appear walking in the air, the clash of arms is heard, etc. Wondrous shades are likewise occasionally visible in water. The cause of all these things is that the spirits display what they wish according to their own pleasure. A part of their deception is to make men fancy that the spirits must be propitiated by prayers, or compelled by force and conjuration to produce prodigies. Now, all these things are sheer superstition. It is also thought that men can compel spirits through God to do this or that. But it is highly displeasing to God that we should be occupied with such triflings, and the spirits are rejoicing meanwhile that, in opposition to God, we have become their accomplices. The prayers, conjurations, fasts, and other ceremonies are nothing but a cloak to superstition. The pronunciation of various words is committed to memory, but these are not the real names of the spirits, and they are altogether unimportant. For although each spirit has his own peculiar name, yet they salute one another by different names at different times, and so make game of men. Now, concerning the nature of shades, whatever is seen in a figure or image is to be considered such. He who is favored by spirits sees many things, but otherwise little or nothing. Did God permit it, these beings would be always in our midst, enticing us to desert God and devote our mind to them. But if we carefully regard what they have performed during a given year, we shall see that it has been mere trifling, devoid of use and profit, destructive to body and soul, health and property, praise and honor, in a word, disgraceful allurements, frauds, and devices sprung from the root of lies itself. End note. The stars of geomancy sign or impress their marks on the terrestrial bodies of the whole world in many and various ways. They change the earth, produce earthquakes and landslips, make hills and valleys, bring forth many new growths, produce gamma hell on nude figures and images having remarkable powers and potencies, which they receive from the 7 planets, just as the shield or target receives the pellet or the dart from a slinger. But to know how these signs and images of the gamma hell may be distinguished one from the other, and what they signify in magic requires great experience and knowledge of nature. Nor can it be in any way perfectly dealt with here. But this must be noticed, that every stone or gamma helix possesses only the power and properties of one planet, and so can be endowed only by that one planet. And though indeed 2 or more planets may be conjoined in earthly bodies, as in the higher firmament, nevertheless, one is oppressed by the other. For as one house cannot have 2 masters, but the one thrusts out the other, so is it here also. One remains master, the other becomes a slave. Or as when one is keeping a house, another comes upon him, thrusts him out by force, and makes himself master, arranging all things by his will and pleasure. While the other is reduced to slavery, so also one star expels the other, one planet the other, one ascendant the other, one influence another, one impression another, and one element another. As water extinguishes fire, so one planet strikes out the property of the other and brings in its own. And so is it with their signs, which are manifold and not only characters as some think, but all those which are found in the entire map of the planets, that is, everything which is cognate with those planets or subject to them. To make myself more easily understood, let me add an example. To the planet soul there belong the crown, the scepter, the throne, all the royal power and majesty, all the domination, all the riches, treasures, ornaments, and paraphernalia of this world. To the planet Luna are subject all agriculture, navigation, traveling, and travelers, and everything concerned with matters of this kind. To the planet Mars are subject munitions, as they call them, all breastplates, cuirasses, spears, and all arms, with everything relating to war. To the planet Mercury are subjected all literary men, all mechanical instruments, and every requirement of art. To the planet Jupiter are subject all judgments and laws, the whole Levitical order, all ministers of the church, the decorations of temples, ornaments, and whatever else belongs to this class. To the planet Venus are subject all things relating to music, musical instruments, amatory exercises, loves, debaucheries, etc. To the planet Saturn are subjected all those who work in and under the earth as metallurgists, miners, sextons, well diggers, with all the tools used by them. Pyromancy puts forth its signs by the stars of fire, in common fire by sparks, flames, crackling, and so forth, in mines by coruscations, in the firmament by stars, comets, thunder and lightning, nostoc, and the like, among specters by salamanders, ethnic, and other similar spirits which appear in the form of fire. Hydromancy gives its signs by the stars of water, by waves, inundations, droughts, discolorations, Lorendi, new floods, washing away of territory. In magic and necromancy, by nymphs, visions, and supernatural monsters in the waters and the sea. Chiomancy exhibits its signs by the stars of the air and the wind, by discoloration, the loss and destruction of all tender and subtle things, to which the wind is opposed, by shaking off and stripping flowers, leaves, fronds, stalks. If the stars of Chiomancy are excited, the necromache fall down from the upper air, and frequently voices and answers are heard. Trees are plucked up from the earth by their roots, and houses are thrown down. Lemurs, penates, undines, and sylvans are seen, so also Tereniobin, Trinotia, and Mana fall upon the trees. Necromancy puts forth its signs by the stars of death, which we also call Avestra, marking the body of the sick and those about to die with red, livid, and purple spots, which are certain signs of death on the 3rd day from their appearance. They also sign the hands and fingers of men with clay-colored spots, which are sure signs of something good or bad about, immediately to happen. When the stars of necromancy are moved, then the dead give forth miracles and signs, the deceased bleed, dead things are seen, voices are heard from graves. Tumults and tremblings arise in the charnel house, and the dead appear in the form and dress of the living, are seen in visions, mirrors, barrels, stones, and waters under different appearances. Ivestrum and Tarams give signs by knocking, striking, pounding, falling, throwing, and so on, where only a disturbance or sound is heard, but nothing seen. All these are sure signs of death, presaging it for him in whose dress the specters appear, or for someone in the place where they are heard. Concerning these signs, much more could be set down than has so far been said. But since these bring with them bad, hurtful, and dangerous fantasies, imaginations, and superstitions, which may be the cause not only of misfortune but even of death, we pass them over in silence. We are forbidden to reveal them, since they belong only to the ancient school and to the divine power. So now we bring this our book to an end. Note, in certain editions, the following dedication is prefixed to the 9 books containing the nature of things. Theophrastus Paracelsus gives greeting to the honorable and prudent gentleman, John Winkelstein of Freiburg, his intimate friend and dearest brother. It is right, O intimate friend and dearest brother, that I should satisfy your friendly and assiduous prayers and petitions which you have addressed to me in your several letters, and since in your latest letters of all. You have earnestly and courteously requested that I should at length come to you. If it were consistent with my convenience, it is not meet for me to conceal from you, that this course is, by reason of various hindrances, impossible. But with regard to the second request you have made to me, that I should furnish you with an excellent and clear instruction concerning certain matters, I neither can nor will refuse you, but am compelled to gratify you therein. For I am well acquainted with your disposition. Moreover, I know that you hear and behold with delight anything that is fresh or marvelous in this art. I know also that you have devoted a great portion of your life to the arts, which have formed the chief element of your curriculum. Since, therefore, you have displayed not only benevolence, but fraternal fidelity towards me, I am rightly powerless to forget either your fidelity or your benefits, but am indeed of necessity grateful, and, in case I should not see you in person again, I must leave a brotherly farewell to you and yours as a memorial of myself. For herein I shall not only answer and clearly explain those points concerning which you have consulted me and asked me in brotherly fashion, but will dedicate to you a special treatise on those points, which treatise I shall name concerning the nature of things, and shall divide it into 9 books. This work satisfies all your requests, and indeed more than you have requested of me, although you will greatly wonder at its matter, and will doubt whether things are just as I have described them. But do not so act nor think that they are mere theories and speculations, whereas they are of practice and proceed from experience. And in spite of the fact that I have not personally verified them all, notwithstanding, I both possess, have proved and know these things by experience from and by means of other persons, as also from the light of nature. But if in certain places you do not rightly understand what I say, and in one or more processes require of me a further explication, write to me secretly, and I will put the matter more clearly before you, and give you a sufficient instruction and understanding, although I do not believe that there will be any need for this, but that you will easily comprehend without it, since I know how richly you have been endowed by God with the arts and with good sense. Moreover, you know myself and my feelings, wherefore you will easily and quickly take my meaning. But above all, I hope and am confident that you will look upon the present work, and will fittingly regard it as a treasure, will by no means publish it, but exclusively keep it in great secrecy for you and for yours. Exactly as a vast hidden treasure, noble gem, and precious thing, which is not to be cast before swine, that is, before sophists, contemners of natural blessings, arts, and secrets, which persons are not worthy to read, much less to have, know, and understand them. And although this book be very small, containing few and scanty words, yet it is full of many great mysteries, for herein I shall not write from speculation and theory, but practically from the light of nature and experience itself, nor will I burden you and render it tedious by much speech. Wherefore, dearest friend and most intimate brother, since I have addressed this book out of love to you alone, and to no one else, I request you to keep the book as a precious and secret thing, and not to part with it until your dying day. After death, in similar fashion, command your children and heirs to preserve it also in secrecy. Furthermore, it is my special request that it should remain only in your family, and at no time become so public as to fall into the hands of sophists and mockers, who despise all things which do not agree with them, and cover them with calumny, who also are pleased only with that which is their own, as is the case with all fools, who are pleased only with their own trumpets, but not with that of another, and do hate all wisdom, regarding that as of small account, and even as folly which is greater than theirs, that is to say, what is in their own head, because it does them no good, nor do they know the use of it. One workman cannot use the tools of another, and so in the same way a fool can use no better instrument than his own key, nor is any sound sweeter to his ear than the tinkling of his own bells. Wherefore, dearest friend, be faithfully admonished, as I have entreated you. Do that which I expect of you, so shall you do well and rightly. Farewell, under the care of God. Given at Villach, in the year 1527. End note, here end the 9 books concerning the nature of things.